Hey, what's up, everybody out there? What's going on? This is What's to Play. It's good to have you here. Chance, I saw your question. Chance Dizzle, just right off the bat. What's good, FD? Just basically waiting here. Are you headed to Vegas or the Bay for the March 12th weekend? I won't be going to Vegas. Maybe going to the Bay, but maybe going in April. I think there's a show coming up in April. Maybe going to that. We'll be posting and letting people know where we're going. And just so you know, love to see people. If you see me at a show, please stop. Say what's up. Love to talk to you about your collection. Anything else you want to talk about. It'd be cool to see you there. But without delay, I want to bring in our guest tonight. This is J Mike. J Mike is a collector of cards and other pieces of memorabilia that we're going to get into. He's also training for the Arnold Classic Festival that's coming up in March. We're going to jump into that and talk about it. But without further ado, this is J Mike.
What's going on, man? What's going on, man?
How you doing?
Doing well. Can't complain.
All right. It's good to see you, man. Good to see you.
Same here, man. I'm glad to be here, man. I've been following you for a second, and I was like, man, I got to get on rolling with FD, man.
It's good to have you here. It's good to have this conversation. We see that you have some great stuff back there in the background.
Yeah. It was better a couple months ago, but I had to do what I had to do.
All right. Looks good. So let's jump into some questions. Tell everybody a little bit about yourself, where you're from, talk about the hobby a little bit, how you got started, things like that.
Okay. I was actually born in Oakland, California, but I grew up in New Orleans from age 8 to 28, basically. Been collecting cards since 1981. Was the first time that I'm 44, by the way, but it was the first time that I had actually got a pack of cards, and my dad, bought the cards and immediately put them in a photo album with the sticky. That's how we got down.
Yep.
And collected all the way through high school for the most part. Yeah, I collected all the way through high school up to maybe 98. In college, whatever. I was a college baseball player at Grail State University. So I was always connected with the sports side of it, the stats and things of that nature, the stuff that kind of mattered, back in the day if you were actually a good player.
True.
You know what I'm saying? The back of the card, looking at the stats, how we figured out what players we were going to go after. You know what I'm saying? So that's kind of how that started there. And then just kind of progressed as I've gotten older. I remember people telling me, always buy a box of Topps every year. Like, just because that's their true rookie card. No other card counts other than their Topps rookie card. That's what I was taught as a youngin'.
I remember that.
Like, hey, if you have if not all else fails, buy a box of Topps for, get the center pack or whatever it used to be, and you'll be able to collect all the guys' rookies. And, I'm glad I stuck to that kind of strategy through the years, because it actually wound up paying off, when you got into the later sets with Kobe, LeBron, and, some of the other players.
Mm-hmm. All right. So now you live in Houston, correct?
I'm in Houston, Texas now. Yes.
All right. What would you say, like you've collected for a while, what would you say is your Grail card, or the one that you think of highly in your PC?
Well, I mean, I can go easy.
Okay.
I would say, like, when I look at some of these cards, and it's actually interesting that, like, that's kind of a question, but my real cards are the cards that really stabilized me in the hobby, the ones that locked me in. They're gonna be Bo Jackson 1986 Topps Traded.
Oh yeah.
I have a bunch of these. Trying to get it in the Tiffany, as well as the Jose Canseco. Jose Canseco was my guy. You know what I'm saying?
I love Jose as well. Growing up.
The thing that and it kind of bothers me sometimes when I talk to collectors, they don't understand the significance of Jose Canseco overall in the hobby. That Don Russ 86 rated rookie saved the hobby, to be perfectly honest with you. And that was the card you went to and you couldn't get it because it was $100. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Or when you go to the car shop and that's where it was $100. You know what I'm saying? Even the some of the iconic cars that people don't think about. And you and I would know this stuff. Like the Nolan Ryan rookie for sure was one that when I got it, there are a couple actually. I go through it, but
yeah, go through the stories on.
Okay,
yeah.
Well, this particular car, and this is a pretty clean copy, man.
It is. You
feel power.
Nice corners, yeah.
Yeah, you feel power with this card. You know what I'm saying? Like when you pick it up, you can feel the history. You can feel the significance of it. You know what I'm saying? This was one of the first cards. The Jordan card, I never thought I would have an opportunity to have it. And kind of how I came up on some of this stuff is actually that's kind of a story within itself. But the typical, the Mark McGuire 85 rookie. I have like 20 of these now, and that's one of the other things. Like I buy in abundance. And if I have a chance to get something, I go and get it, and I get a lot of it because it kind of narrows down. And if you're right on your player, you don't lose. Now, if you mess around and go Kevin Moss 1990 Upper Deck, it could get painful for you. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But my guy, person I get compared to a lot, and it sounds funny if you don't know me, but if you look my stuff up, you'll understand why Bo Jackson is something that's very close to me. Like these Allen Iversons, and all these cars are ungraded because these are my childhood cars for the most part. These kind of cars, but Satchel Pages. I don't have the Satchel Page rookie, but those are the kind of things that I'll be looking to get into.
That was going to be my next question. Like, what are your gold cards? What are some cards that you want to get into next? Like, there's a Jim Brown rookie I would like to get into. Some stuff with Willie Mays. What are some cards that you think about? I would like to add to my PC.
Dick Night Train Lane. I'm not 100% sure if how familiar you are with him. But I made a huge mistake, and part of the reason how I got back into the hobby kicked off with his rookie card. I was able to get 2 Dick Night Train Lane rookie cards. I had got a PSA 4 for like $12, and I had got a PSA 8 for like $35.
Okay.
I wound up selling those a couple of years ago. I wound up selling the 8 a couple of years ago, like during the height of. I sold it for like $500. But I wish I would have kept that card. You know what I'm saying? I kind of got burned real bad with the Kobe stuff. I had all the Kobe's. Every Kobe that the X 2000, whatever, I sold that card for like $40. And a couple of years ago, because that's what the going price with the card was. And I kind of got tricked into selling my cards. And not tricked, but I was just going by the feel of the market. So I kind of didn't want to get held with all these cards. I originally came from sneakers. Like I got into sneakers from 2005 to 2010. I was heavy into Jordans and all that stuff. So I had every pair of shoes, all the Jordans that came out. And I found out that people bought used shoes. So when I found out that people bought used shoes from people, I was like, wait, y'all would spend how much for someone's shoes that they wore? So I was taking the money from my sneakers and I started buying the Grail cards that I wanted. Like, oh, I want that Kobe, I want the Tim Duncan, I want this, I want that. So I started purchasing all these cards. And in 2010 or 2011, I believe it was 2010, the 100th anniversary team for the NFL came out. The top 100 players in NFL history came out. Mm-hmm. And I was like, because I built these, with the plexiglass and lights and all. I did all that myself. But when I did it back in 2010, I just did it with no lights, no nothing. Just had a little so I could display the cards. So I was like, it would be cool to have a card of each one of the 100 players. And I thought that would be something that I could display in my bar downstairs. And I started getting into the set a little bit. And I was like, grading cards wasn't normal at the time. It was something that people did, but it wasn't the end of the world type thing. And I was like, well, why is this card so much? Because someone put a grade on it. I know what a good condition card looked like. So I was like, I'm not doing it. I'm just going to buy the individual cards. Well, the part of the reason why I wound up not getting any Tom Brady cards because he wasn't a top 100 player yet. So I didn't go after any of his cards at the time.
Mm-hmm.
So I started picking up certain cards, and where it hit me, where it was going to be hard to collect that particular set, was the number 100 player is Joe Namath. And at the time, he had the most expensive card in the hobby. It was nothing more expensive than the Joe Namath card at the time, I believe. So I was like, damn, I'm not spending $800 for a Joe Namath card in my head. You know, that's kind of what I'm saying. So I started purchasing some of the other cards. And one of the cards that I picked up, I think it was early on, was the LT rookie. I wound up getting the LT, then the Ronnie Lots, and the cards were super affordable. I mean, I was able to get most of the cards for under $10. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So I'm filling out my little thing. Had a bunch of the vintage players from the old days. You had Ray Nitsky. His cards were actually extremely expensive during that time. Like, so of all the cards in that top 100, you had the Joe Montana rookie that was selling for about $100 in a PSA 8, 7, somewhere around that range. And I just started collecting the cards. And I hadn't been in a card shop since I was probably 17, 18 years old. I was like 30 something at the time. And I was like, you know what? I'm gonna start buying on eBay. So I started buying cards on eBay and everything. And I was going okay. Well, basically, I sold my $10,000 in sneakers and spent all of it on cards.
Okay.
And I was buying. There's a video of mine on my YouTube channel. It's No Hobbies, Only Obsessions on YouTube now. If you go and just type in my name, J Mike Sport Cards, I had a return. That return at one point was worth about $100,000. That I paid about $250 from what's it? Stein
Sports.
What's the Steinstein? What's the card consigners? Steen, Goldstein. Whatever the Steen, the Steen people.
Pro Steen?
Yeah, Pro Steen.
Okay.
I had it was like a $250 return, but the cards it was Allen Iverson's Topps Chrome PSA 10, Dwayne Wade's PSA 10. It was a ridiculous return. I paid $250 for like the 40 cards I got or whatever. But I got into it. Wound up going to said, let me go to a card shop. And this kind of got me all the way in. I go to a card shop, and they had this big Asian guy in there. You know, he was a big old guy. I could tell he worked out a little bit. And so he looked at me. He was like, what's up, man? He's like, you work out? I was like, yeah, I work out a little bit. He was like, cool. So he's in there opening up these Topps tribute packs. And I'm like, oh, I came there to buy my box of Topps. This is 2011, I believe. So I go in there to buy my box of Topps. This guy's opening up these packs. I'm like, man, those are nice looking cards. Like, how much are those? He's like, 50. I'm like, damn, 50 a box? He's like, nah, 50 a pack. I was like, wait a minute. So a box of cards costs $300 because it's 6 packs per card. I was like, $300 for a pack, $350 for a pack of cards.
That's when prices were changing.
I was like, I couldn't believe it, right? So the dude is opening up, the case had just come in. So he's opening up, and Darvish was the player that everyone's going after. He's opening up all these packs. He's getting nothing, like nothing at all. He went through whatever the last two, I believe it was 8 or it was 7 or 10. I think it was 10 boxes per case. He gets to the last one and says, F this. I'm not buying no more. Something wrong with that case. I hadn't bought cards in I don't know how long. I just looked around. I was like, I'll take them. I pulled the Darvish. I pulled about $10,000 worth of cards right there. The man was so mad. He picked up his box of cards he had and just chunked it against the wall, destroyed all the cards, was super mad. And I wound up, next thing you know, I'm in there every day. And the guy who owned the shop said, hey, man, I can see it in your eyes. He says, go home. I said, what you mean? He said, you got that itis. He was like, you got that cardboard fever. He was like, this stuff done ruined many a homes, man. He said, it's just ruined many a homes.
It's never gonna stop, huh?
Yeah, he said, if I was you, he said, look, let it go, man. He's like, you spent like $2,000-$3,000 over the last couple of days. I was like, I got the money, man. It's not the issue. He said, listen, trust me. He said, just go home. He said, don't worry about it. He's like, catch me next week. I got some new product coming in. And I'm kind of glad he did that, because at the rate I hit good on that first time, and I was in it, you know what I'm saying? And I just started picking up all these cards, man. And, I just kind of
on the probability at that point, right?
Yeah, it was like, oh, this is just what it is, And that was 2011. I would collect a little bit further, but I didn't get into the old stuff, the new stuff. I was buying new to sell to get old, and thank God I did that. But I missed out on all those other rookie classes up until 2018.
And what brought you back in 2018?
Zion Williamson.
Okay. All right. Now I know
Zion's a big,
you are a Zion fan, correct?
oh, 100%, 100 big fan. Mainly because he's a big guy who can jump, and I'm a big guy who can jump. I'm 40, but I have a 40-inch vertical, and I can still dunk and windmill and do all that stuff. So to see him, I had never seen anyone that size jump like that other than myself.
Yeah, you really
I just never seen it. Larry Johnson was similar to that, but not as athletic. Just from the height, the way he moved, he's left-handed. I'm left-handed. And I know for people who are going to hear this, they're like, who's this dude think he is, blah, blah, blah. Just Google J Mike and my dunk stuff will come up. I was dunking from the free throw line between the legs, doing all that stuff. So to watch him do that, it just kind of reminded me of watching myself in a sense, but watching someone so much like further ahead, an NBA caliber player doing it. I go to the park and people see me and they're like, man, this big old dude, like, if they knew me or seen me on ESPN or Bleacher Report, because I've had videos featured on all those places. But if people don't know me and they see me jump for the first time, people's mouths just drop. So when I first saw him, I was like, oh my God. You know what I'm saying? So I'm upset that he got hurt. And I think some of you just don't want to be in New Orleans. But I'm kind of glad because now I have an opportunity to buy some of his cards because I wasn't going to spend $2,000 for a base PSA 10 card.
Those prices jumped up. So do you think he can make it back? You think he can get back to where he was playing at last year? What was 100 last year? 26, 27 points a game?
28 points a game, 61% from the field. People act like the man died. Like, if you think about what it is that he is, part of him being so dominant is the fact that he's so big. Yeah. That's a big reason why he's able to do what he does to these grown-ass men. On the flip side of that is they keep talking about he's in New Orleans. Like me growing up in New Orleans, eating the food. I'm also a chef as well. So cooking food, some people don't like New Orleans food. I was told that he doesn't eat New Orleans cuisine. He's not down there eating red beans and rice, gumbo, jambalaya, and all that kind of stuff. He's still eating McDonald's cheeseburgers and pizza. That's what he's eating. So people kind of got that confused, you know what I'm saying, with them. But I most definitely think he's coming back. I'm in the market buying all those PSA 10 base cards. And I'm doing that. I'm all on the base card wave with him. I'm buying. Now, the Jeff Wilson trade that he made a couple weeks ago, that was like one of the worst trades I've ever seen in my life. He traded LeBron PSA 9 or PSA 9.5 for a Zion anything.
Yeah.
That was terrible. That was a terrible deal. But I get it. You know what I'm saying? I'm on the Zion wave for sure.
So now you talked about base cards. Like, we have seen in the past where base was climbing in value, and then that started selling off and actually declining. So are you still interested in base? Or are you going for numbered, low population, other stuff?
All right. So this is the other side of it, right? I'm a collector.
Mm-hmm.
I collect Jose Canseco, Christian Laettner. I want those cards. You know what I'm saying? Those are people that I collect. This is the collector. It's not about the parallel, the pop count. Like if first time I talk, you pull out your phone. Well, it's a pop 34.2 and all. Yeah, that's cool. But I think that having the card was important. You know what I'm saying? That's kind of like why I wasn't in such a big rush to get some of these cards graded that I have. Is that for the most part, it's the card. People like, I have a PSA, they associate their importance by their PSA number. And to me, it's not about that. You know what I'm saying? Like, I have every Nolan Ryan card that has ever been produced ever. Like, for any of the Topps cards, any of his Topps cards up to 1992, I have it. From the small cards, the big cards, I have the autograph cards, rookie cards. I have the cards. So you can have whatever grade you want, but if you don't have the card, you can't get the grade.
Yeah.
So for me, it's like collecting on that side of it, or remembering certain things, So the Zion stuff is like they got 20 different colors of his Prism card.
Yeah.
It'll be cool to have each of one of those colored cards. And also, everybody's not going to have $3,000 for a 1 of 99 Zion Wilson turquoise. You know what I'm saying? So if that's the case, there's always going to be a market for base. I just think it sounds cool to the number stuff or the parallel. I get that side of, because so much is being printed. But at some point, I think that they're gonna have to come up with some sort of they're gonna have to number everything at some point, I think. You know what I'm saying? Because the way, just based on how things are going, and I'm watching how markets are getting destroyed.
Yes.
With Pokemon, like Pokemon hurting themselves, like they literally could fix their own issue with product. They just keep printing more because they want to make sure that everybody catches one. You know, that's stupid to me. And for the most part, it's like a weird thing someone told me. I don't know if this is too far off base, but someone said the reason why they collected Pokemon is because Pokemon, they said Charizard could not tear ACL.
Yeah, I've heard this. Charizard's not going to get hurt.
I thought about that, and I was like, you know what? That's a good point. And I started buying Pokemon stuff. I got Pokemon stuff behind here. You know what I'm saying? I started buying that stuff. And then when I started hearing them talk about people, they're about to do another print run. I'm like, wait, what? They're like, yeah, they're about to print run something that came out 2 years ago. I'm like, wait, what? Like, hold on. They're not reprinting Michael Jordan cards. They're not reprinting LeBron James rookie cards. Like, this makes no sense. Why would they do that? And then they're like, the market's crashing. I'm like, they're crashing it themselves. So I'm like, that to me kind of slowed me up on the Pokemon stuff a little bit, because I'm like, all right, I much rather have a bunch of Zion rookies from his rookie year versus having a Charizard from 2019 that I'm pulling in 2021. You know what I'm saying? To me, it just was one of those things where I was like, if everyone's going to dump these cards into the market and say now they're worthless, they have Luka Prism PSA 10s and Trae Young's PSA 10s. They fell in price, right? But Luka is still selling 4 times as much as Trae Young, but they're basically the same player. Yeah. There's one big difference between the players. You know, you kind of, the elephant in the room, he's a big white guy, you know what I'm saying? So he has a Euro market. But for the most part, there's no reason for them to be that big of a disparity between
we know in the market, right, there are some things that are just, it's not logical why certain things happen. There are some cards that have a lower print run than other cards, and the card that has a higher print run may be more valuable in the market, may yield a higher price. No one can really explain that, but I think it's a feeling of the market for whatever reason.
But when did that feeling come up, when the people start creating these products for us to buy? Market movers and all this stuff, so we can, like, that's why I kind of been enjoying watching. Like, I like the Great Curator. I like his content, but watching them go from California to Texas and not having the same, like, they're like, man, these people here, they're different. These old dudes don't grade no cards.
Nope.
They have their price.
They still put rubber bands on them.
Rubber band, yeah, that is true. I hate that though. But they have their price on cards. So it's like, if someone comes to me right now and they're like, let's see. All right, so Jim Katz's rookie card, he just got in the Hall of Fame recently.
Yep.
Someone could come to me and be like, well, look, that's a pop. Well, the comp on eBay is such and such. I'm like, that's not my card. Like, sorry, like, this is how much I think the card is worth, and we can work between that. But if you come on there and tell me about some comp and all that stuff, for the most part, I'm not going to hear you out. Especially like there was a Upper Deck what's the cheap Collector's Choice Upper Deck 1996 draft set that they did, but you only got it. It was one of the first rebates. You sent the card in, they sent you the 10 cards, or it might have been 12 because Kobe wasn't one of the cards. Okay. It was Iverson, it was everybody else but him. I got that Iverson. You can't give me a price on that. Like, I'm gonna tell you what I'm going for the card. I'm not looking at what other people did. I'm not going by that. So I look at it within reason. Like a couple days ago, someone bought a Terrell Davis Crown PSA 10 for me. I had it listed for $300. I didn't think it was $300 because right now, with the market being what it is, I left all my old prices up from when the boom was high, and I negotiate down off that.
Understood. And I see others doing that as well.
Because it makes sense. It's like, I don't know how bad the market fell. Like, I don't know. It's a couple of cards that fell. Like, the one card, I made some bad mistakes, selling Kobe's. I sold a lot of my Kobe's, but I found a lot of James Harden's that I had. His rookie upper deck James Harden cards, the PSA 9s. I had 20 of them.
Mm-hmm.
I had bought them for like less than $100 in 2010 or 2011. I had a bunch of them. And I found them in the corner. I was like, what the hell is this? Because they're stacked, so I didn't really know what they were. I tell you what, I was like, James Harden. I was like, when did I get this? So I started messing around. I was like, well, how much these are selling for? And I look online, and they're like $150. I was like, oh, shit. So I put one up for $150. It sold instantly. So I was like, damn. So I put another one up at $200. Sold instantly. So I said, I put another one at $300. Sold instantly. I'm like, whoa, something's going on with the market. So this is during the time the market is going crazy.
Yeah.
Next thing you know, I'm selling those things for $450, $500 a piece.
And
James Harden, he's gaining weight. He's not wanting to play. I'm sitting up there like, I should hold on to some of these. And I was like, you know what, Jason? I said, I think this is it. I think this is the top of the market. I think this is where everything separates. I sold all that stuff. I made a crap load of money off those Hardens. Those cards now you can get them for about $40. That took a beating. You know what I'm saying? But that was one of those situations. It was a base card that at some point people wanted, and
you're thinking like that. Yeah, you're thinking like that. Yep.
Because if you're not thinking like, because I've seen people open up cards, they go through the stack, and I'm watching James Wiseman rookies just getting shuffled through, not getting sleeved.
Yeah.
Who else?
Yeah, I see this all the time.
And to me, it's like, wait a minute. There's a card I wanted to show that back in 2011, no, 2012. I was buying Topps what is it, Heritage? Topps, is it Heritage? I think it is.
There's the Topps Heritage, yeah.
Okay, Top Heritage. And it's with the old designs or whatever.
Yes, Heritage.
So I do something that a lot of people don't do. I sleeve all my cards. Every card gets a sleeve.
I sleeve all my cards too if I take them out.
Now,
especially the fact they're gonna go into a sleeve.
Yeah, especially the chrome cards, like the premium cards. I put all of those in a sleeve, and I also still collect sets. So this is 1982 Donruss complete set. 1981 Topps complete set. 1983 Topps complete set. Actually, I have every Topps set from 1977 up to 1991 or something like that. Okay. So I'm into the complete set. So I'm noticing these guys don't collect the complete sets. And then I see when people sell stuff, you don't really get a good, you don't get no money for really putting the work in to complete the set. So that's more of a personal type of thing you're doing. So when I started doing that, I was like, you know what? Let me sleeve up all these Topps cards. I mean, these, I'm saying, I know I'm saying that it's wrong set. Whatever it is, I'm sleeving up all the cards. 10 years later, Mike Trout. What was his rookie year? Oh, he's in that set. I go in there, I got 12 Mike Trouts, perfect condition, all sleeved up. All because I sleeved up every card.
Yeah, you know about that from the beginning. Yep.
So I did that with I bought a bunch of Topps football, 2011 Topps football. I probably got 30 JJY rookies. Now these are minor cards when you think about the grand scheme of things, but for somebody who are like me, like I said, all these here, these are 1987 Barry Bonds rookie cards. I got 150 or so. I'm more or less, I'm a smart collector. It doesn't have to, so there's value within this stuff. These are all Griffies. I got probably 1,000 of these things. I got a bunch of them in upper deck. So
the question is $1,000 in one card worth more than $1,000 in 20 cards? Not worth any more?
Man, that's tough. It depends on what's your play. That's so right. if you told me, would I rather 10 Zion base rookies over a Zion purple or something like that? In that situation, I would take the 10. I would take the base cards. Mm-hmm. But if it's something like super rare, like if you told me, hey, you could have the Nolan Ryan rookie, or you could have four. You could have four of what's his name? Shit, I don't even know. Like you could take a lesser player and have a few of his cards. Which would you rather have? I would probably take the Ryan because it's very specific. But if it's like a differential, okay, a better situation. Barry Sanders, 89 score, or take 10 of his top traded rookie cards.
That's a good example.
That's a good example. I also got killed on those too, though. But I have all of those kind of cards. Like certain cards I'm more intrigued with in terms of my personality. Like when I see a card, I remember what was going on during that time period.
No, I'm the exact same one.
How old are you?
I'm 46.
So we're in the same age group. So it's like these cards mean something to me. Like this card, I remember buying these packs.
So do I.
Get them.
So do I.
You know what I'm saying? Now I have the cello pack of Griffey in it, and I have the 89 complete set. I got a case of the Bowman complete set. But these things meant something to me. Or going to car shops and getting these traded sets. Like, and these traded sets weren't a lot. They make $10, $20 or something like that. Now these guys, you can't get a pack of cards for that much. You know what I'm saying? So I just like knowing people know. Like, tell me, like the Barry Bonds, like this is the 87 rack packs. I got a bunch of them.
I remember those.
I have a bunch of them with his rookie card on the front. I got that one with the Bonds. I have it with the Canseco. I have it with Greg. No, Greg Matt's not in it, but it was a bunch of them that I did that with. And over a period of time, now I have all these cards. So if I really want to get into a Griffey, I could literally take 10, 12, 14. I could sell them and buy the card. You know what I'm saying? It's just giving me more equity, more stuff to play with. Yeah. But people are looking at it like, those are cheap cards. And it's like, okay. I'd rather play in this field, because then these people's careers have already done, unless they go and kill somebody or get a weird DWI. You're always going to capitalize on it. And these kind of cards, I have hundreds of players that I have hundreds of cards of, especially from 88. So if you're from 88 to 1990, I have hundreds of that rookie card. It might, like I said, they're not really that expensive. Like Craig Biggio, I got a couple thousand of his rookie cards in different sets and variations. And people now are buying those cards. I'm able to actually sell these $1 and $2 cards, because eBay has the shipping thing where I can ship for 53 cents.
Yeah.
So that's open. It's a little more work, but this stuff is flying. Like, this stuff is really, I'm starting to move stuff to the point where I changed my setup around so I can get to the cards a little bit easier to facilitate just distribution. But if people want like history, you can get some of the stuff from 88. 88 is a terrible year, but you can get some stuff from 88. You can get some stuff from 89. And I think that's what collecting is. Like, I like talking to people like, hey man, Mark Grace. Who's that? Don Madley.
Hey, Mark Grace had the most hits in the 90s.
Also a hellified glove.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And the one funny thing about Don Madley is that he's one of the players that when you think he's a Hall of Famer, you think he's a Hall of Famer. He's not.
Yeah, he should be, but he's
not. 340 at lifetime, some crazy average, 329 lifetime average, something like that. But with the analytics stuff now, people doesn't mean anything now. Versus back in the day when you had Pete Incaviglia and Steve Boboni and Canseco and these guys who didn't hit for high averages sometimes. Canseco hit for average sometimes, but Pete Incaviglia he'll hit you 30. He's gonna strike out 112 times.
But that's a name. That's a name that no one's talking about right now.
Man, I know the game. I'm a historian of the game. Like, I was a great player. I got the story everybody else got, but it's one of those things where if you don't know the history, it's like at some point the stuff is going to retrace, and your lack of knowledge is going to hurt you when these people wind up in the Hall of Fame. When they have to reassess baseball and who gets into the Hall of Fame and who doesn't, Don Madley is going to be one of those people that wind up getting in. He was hurt most by the steroid era due to the fact that he didn't put up the big home run numbers, but he hit for average. He had one of the best gloves ever. Yeah. Mark Grace won't get in, but just looking at the game and how it's progressed, think about this. 1989, there's a very important player from 1989 who's not in the Hall of Fame, who should be, and you can get his cards relatively cheap right now. Hit 500 home runs.
89 for Sammy Sosa?
No,
Oh.
Gary Sheffield.
Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah.
Now, Gary Sheffield never failed no drug test. But the thing with him, he was kind of he was an a-hole.
But there was some allegations between him and Bonds. But
Yeah, now this is the problem.
Perception.
Let me tell you a quick little story. So I was playing baseball in 1996. I was playing at Grail in 1997, 1998. I hadn't started lifting weights yet. I was 185 during fall ball. Now during fall ball, Grail State we had the best pitching staff in the SWAC.
Okay.
I hit 37 home runs in fall ball off the best pitching staff in the SWAC. Everybody's like, I'm out of here. He is not going to be here. Like, there's no way he's getting drafted. Like, everybody, I could run, I could throw, I could hit with anybody. Everybody just thought I was gone. Over the summer, I come back, I'm 215, right?
Yep.
And I remember everybody just looking like, J Mike, you know they drug test, right? And I was like, why are you asking? Why are you telling me that? You know what I'm saying?
Everybody think you're on something?
Think I'm on something, but I just hit my growth spurt, like, in terms of size. And I remember hitting baseballs, and the way the ball came off the bat was just so different. People used to say, that kid's on something. Like, it's something. And I remember the coach telling me, he's like, listen, Jason, I don't know what the hell you went and did over the summer, but he said, just know they do drug tests. I was like, man, why is everybody saying? He's like, look how big you got. And I was like, you know I'm Little Mike, right? He was like, I said, my dad is 6'4", 350. I'm Little Mike. This is what's destined to happen. You know what I'm saying? So I was 215, and people thought I was a freak of nature. You know what I'm saying? Like, they had never seen something like I could dunk from the free throw line, all that stuff. But in terms of on the baseball field, you didn't see people like 220, 225 who could run, throw, do all that stuff. Yeah. So I remember people just look at you and say you're on drugs. So people are associating people like, oh, he worked out in the off season with Barry Bonds, so he must be on steroids. Now, to be honest with you, from what I was told, I've trained I'm a personal trainer by trade, and I've worked with some agents and people who are in, who are in the know.
Yes.
Most of the guys who you think were on steroids.
Yes.
It's one of those things that it went on. Baseball promoted it. Chicks dig the long ball. The managers knew it. Everyone knew what was going on. It's like, now you turn the back. Jose Canseco would have tested the 500 home run theory, because at the time, no one in baseball had ever hit 500 home runs and not been inducted into the Hall of Fame. True. Jose Canseco was right at the cusp of hitting 500, and they made him leave. Just like Alex Rodriguez. He finished with 696 home runs. You think Alex Rodriguez wouldn't have came back to hit 4 more home runs?
Well, the Yankees front office told him you'll never hit 700 in the Yankee uniform.
But think about it. You don't think there was a deal set up? He's going to be the first one to get in from the steroid era. He's in the media. People like him. That BS with Big Papi shouldn't have got in since everybody else got in. But he got in because he's such a nice person. He's a bubbly guy. Barry Bonds, not so bubbly. You know what I'm saying? So I think A-Rod said, listen, I'm going to walk away from baseball. Y'all got to let me in. And I think that's why he stopped when he stopped. So that there's a backdoor deal where he's going to get into the Hall of Fame, because he's doing the Major League Baseball stuff. He's good on television, and he didn't offend any more people by getting to that next plateau, because all he would have done hitting those next home runs was piss off more people.
That's right. And he even publicly apologized for his involvement,
because he didn't get the chance to really do the live thing in front of the Capitol. And
I know I got a comment here from OG Carscam. He says steroids don't improve hand-eye coordination. That is true. But what steroids do is help you recover in the game. Just like a similar story like J Mike. When I was in college playing football, a lot of people thought I was taking something, right? And so we had 5 people on the team that got drug tested and was busted for taking steroids. And all those players had to leave the team. We had one defensive end that was 6'1", 235 pounds and played like an all-pro defensive end on steroids. Off steroids, he was about 185 and very quiet and peaceful and couldn't get anything done. Steroids, a lot of times, is not about how strong you are. It's about how you feel 3 days after that game, 2 days after that game. Do you feel like you're 21 again, or do you still feel like you're 34?
So this is my take on the steroid thing, right? I'm anti-steroids to this day. I compete as a drug-tested powerlifter.
That's right. You're a clean athlete.
Clean athlete, never taken steroids, and I've been 660 pounds. Sounds crazy, right? All right. Everybody thinks I'm on drugs. They're like, you're 44 years old, I turned 45, and you tell me you're benching. I was number 9 in the world last year amongst everybody. I'm the smallest of those people who did it as well. My thing with the steroid thing and what I found with people who are on it, it gives them insane confidence, right?
That's right.
The fact that if you look at the guys who are on steroids or the perceived perception of people who are on them, I think it gives you like liquid courage. Like you're not running from that fastball. You want it to hit you. Hit me. You know what I'm saying? If you're able to stand in there a little bit longer, keep that front shoulder in, you're going to stay on that ball a little bit longer. You're going to hit a few more balls, opposite field home runs. You're going to hit the ball maybe a couple of feet further. You know, instead of at the warning track, you might get a couple of those out. I think it's more about being indestructible. I think it's that feeling of not caring, like where you're going to take on everybody. Tony Montana, you take on everybody because you're that adrenaline rush. I think that's what steroids did for the most part. Because there were a couple of guys on our baseball team who may have been on stuff and they really weren't that good. You know, you still have to hit the baseball. So, and hitting a baseball is still the hardest thing to do in sport.
Yes,
so there's a couple of combinations that go along with that. If you look at Barry Bonds when he was 185 pounds, Jose Canseco when he was 185 pounds. It's funny that Jose Canseco, if you look at their rookie cards, Jose Canseco was 165, Barry Bonds was 150, Mark McGwire was 185, Sammy Sosa was 150 pounds on their rookie cards.
Yep.
The thing that you see the most is, and the thing with Barry Bonds, he hogged the plate. You could not get the ball in on him. You had to hit him. Then he put the elbow guard on where he just didn't care. He like, hit me. What you gonna do?
And he was leaning into it like.
He leaned into that thing. Like,
rocking it. Yeah.
He wanted you to hit him. And then he was able, Barry Bonds swung a 31 bat.
That's 31 inches and 31
ounces. You know who else? Someone else swung the same exact bat. So one other player. Tony Gwynn. And Tony Gwynn choked. They both choked up on the bat. Yeah. So that's how he has such great bat control. You know what I'm saying? So people would always tell you, I don't know, I went to Tony Gwynn, but they should say Tony Gwynn could hit 30, 40 home runs if he wanted to.
I've heard that before.
But he cared about his batting average. Like
that's right.
he was a great player. Everyone said that he's a great person, but they said Tony Gwynn was very aware of his average. Like he really cared about his average. And as a baseball player, you turn it down. So like when you're, you know, when it's in your favor, 2-0, 3-0, you're very aggressive. You're going to go for your shot. But as the count changes, you start thinking, I'm not going home run, I'm going single. Let me hit the ball the other way. Let me bunt to get on. A lot of power players didn't do that. They stay in there. Like Jose Canseco, he's swinging from the hills at 2-1, 3-0, whatever the case is, he's going for it. Gwynn will slap the ball the other way. You know
what I also heard about Tony Gwynn is if he's behind in the count, he'll work his way into getting a walk so it didn't affect his batting average.
But he's a great hitter. You're supposed to do that. You know, he had one of the greatest eyes that you ever seen, especially for a left-hander who you couldn't bring a left-hander in for. They didn't bring a left-hander in to go against Tony Gwynn. They'll bring a righty in. And he was such a great hitter. Like, that's actually one of my favorite cards I have. I have his 85 Leaf. It's actually a PSA 8 or something like that, but I love that card. His knowledge of the game. Like I bought a bunch of his instructional videos because he knew the game so well, man. Like he really understood the game. Like that's the thing. Like with Derek Jeter's the most overrated player of all time. But
I've heard this many times. Yeah.
But if my son played baseball, I would want him to play the game like Derek Jeter.
Are you saying sportsmanship, the way he carried himself?
Everything. Even off the field. He had all the women. Nobody really knew about it. He kept it discreet, never got in trouble. Like he handled himself like a gentleman. But in terms of a ball player, how many years was he ever the best shortstop in baseball? I can't name a year where he was the best shortstop in baseball. You had Nomar, you had the boy from Tejada.
Mm-hmm.
You had Tejada. You had A-Rod with Nomar, Tejada, A-Rod. Then if you want to say, well, defensively, he really wasn't a great. He should have moved to second base, but he wasn't going to move to second base.
No, he was not.
Because I was just he stepped down small. He wasn't a great CEO, but
and I think he may have picked the wrong franchise too to hold that position.
Hey, he picked a franchise where you had to do a lot of work.
Like a lot of work.
Think about it.
When you look around and you see like 12 people in the stands, you got to do a lot of work, and there's not a lot of talent on the field.
But think about it like this, right? If you have a certain franchise, let's say he would became part owner of the Texas Rangers, right? They have a history of somewhat winning sometimes. You know, they've had good players. When you're dealing with the Marlins, you know they're gonna have a bunch of foreign players that you have to go and basically curate their careers. You have to actually go into these islands and these little small towns and actually put in a bunch of work. Whereas these other teams, they have those kind of farm system type things, but not at the same rate as the Marlins. You're dealing with a team who has unlimited draft picks from having curating their own players, then trading them like a Mike Stanton for 6 number 1 draft picks.
They're almost like the minor leagues of Major League Baseball.
Yeah, but then they mess around and win. They won 2, right?
Yep.
So it's a weird thing. I think you had to really know not saying know the game. You had to put in a lot of work. You can't be a bachelor trying to run the Marlins. You're out there trying to find the next Mike Stanton or the next asset that you can raise to get you 10 more draft picks.
Mm-hmm. True. Steve says Derek produced when it mattered in the playoffs. Jeter had 3,400 hits. Not overrated at all.
I think if you look at that, was he all I'm asking, was he ever the greatest? Was he ever the best shortstop in baseball?
I don't think so.
That's all I'm asking. That's all I'm saying. Not over, and I'm saying overrated in the sense if you named the 9 greatest, like if you say, hey, let's pick a all team or whatever, he's not going to be on the top 2 teams. He shouldn't be, but some people would put him there.
True.
I mean, he had some great moments, you know what I'm saying? But I just couldn't do it.
My greatest Derek Jeter moment is the Giambi trying to score and Jeter throws him out with the backhand toss in a position on the field that he should have never been in.
Oh, that's an IQ play. He's an IQ guy.
That's right. He's seeing the game. It's my favorite Derek Jeter moment.
But you know it's funny, and I say he's overrated, but I don't really mean he's overrated. I just he just, and I don't want to say that it sounds funny. He's very much like LeBron, and I don't think LeBron. I think LeBron is the 3rd greatest player of all time. But
we're gonna get into this. I'm gonna ask these questions.
Okay,
go ahead.
I'm just saying, like just like LeBron, like if my son played basketball, I would want him to play exactly like LeBron does. You know, he gets everybody involved, he dishes, but he not no killer. He not Mamba.
He's not.
You know what I'm saying? So that's the difference with me. Like I
always ask the question with LeBron: who do you want when a game is on the line to take a shot from anywhere on the court? And I don't know if people are gonna name LeBron James to be that player.
Nick Scott, what's his name? Nick, guy from Fox. I'm taking Jordan and Kobe every single.
That's what I'm taking. Jordan and Kobe to make that shot.
I'm not taking Steph either though, but I do think LeBron will facilitate that. He
will.
That shot.
He'll have a shooter. He'll have Ray Allen out here.
Yeah.
He'll dish that ball when nobody's going to be around Ray Allen when he dishes the ball.
Yeah.
But he doesn't want to take that shot all the time.
Yeah, he does. I don't like the fact that he doesn't want to go to the free throw line. Like I've never seen.
He's shooting. Have you seen when he's shooting this year from the free throw line?
Well, it's probably bad.
It's like 68%.
No, but what I'm saying is, it's like you never saw Kobe takes those shots at the end of the game. Kobe not passing the ball when they come to foul. No. Kobe got the ball. He didn't have the highest shooting percentage on the Lakers free throw, but he's shooting the free throw. Yes. You know what I'm saying?
Yes. You're talking about Robert Horry.
I see Horry all the time out here in Houston. I got a funny Robert Horry story too, but I see Horry all the time.
But I mean, that's the difference to me between LeBron and some other players. I don't want to derail the conversation, but I know there are a lot of LeBron fans. I'm a LeBron fan. I just see myself as a realist on what does he stack up where's the dog in him, and what does he want to be when the game is about to end? And I don't think he wants the ball in his hand all the time. There are some shots that he will make.
Yeah,
There's some games he's not trying to do that.
Yeah, he don't want that rock. Like when the thing to me that defines that picture of LeBron is Kobe telling him shoot it in the All-Star game.
Mm-hmm.
I will never forget that. Kobe was trying to help him.
Yes.
Take the shot. Take it. You need to take the shot. All of us to take the shot. He did not want to take that shot. For somebody to have to take, and it's different. It felt like he was trying to like, listen, bro, you need to take this shot. Like, you should do it. So that's why I was kind of proud of him that he took the shot in the All-Star game this year.
I was too. That he backed Levine down, turned around, and took that because that's what he should be doing.
Yeah, because he's basically Karl Malone playing basketball right now at a guard position. He's the same size as Karl Malone. Mm-hmm. Like when you think about that, it's crazy how freakish he is. You know what I'm saying? The fact that he's able to, he could probably play 10 more years if he wanted to. If he played pop, yeah. So
he could definitely do it. And the thing about LeBron too is when you go to a game, his speed on the court in person is not what it looks like on TV.
Not at all.
He is lightning quick.
Yeah.
Lightning
quick. They say he was a 4.5 40 guy. So
I believe that.
Now I was actually, you talk about on the court athleticism and stuff like that. I had fourth row tickets for the Rockets. One of my clients had. They used to give me tickets for the games, and we go to watch the Orlando Magic.
Okay.
All right. And I'm watching guys warm up, and I'm a Duke guy. I was the only black dude in the hood with a Christian Laettner jersey. I used to have to fight.
I know you love Laettner. Yeah.
I love Laettner. I used to go to the park and have to fight over my Christian Laettner jersey, man. And I see JJ Redick on the court.
Okay.
Look, he's small. You know what I'm saying? Especially on the court because so many big people are on the court. It just makes them look even smaller when they're not really that big. So they're going through a layup line, and I'm watching people dunking, whatever. JJ Redick throws the ball off the glass. Ha! I was like, did JJ Redick just throw the ball off the glass and yank it? JJ Redick.
Yeah.
So I was taken aback, and I've seen Steph do the same thing. Steph can do the same thing. Kyrie Irving can.
They all can. This is what because you can see sometimes in warm-up, Steph will want to go, but then he doesn't, and other times he does.
Yeah.
And Kyrie can definitely dunk, do whatever he wants to do.
Kyrie can go between his legs, all that stuff. You know what I'm saying? So when you see these guys, it's like it's a difference in athleticism. Like I've actually Kelsey, not Kelsey, the defensive tackle for the offensive tackle for the Eagles. What's his name? Shit, I forgot. He's I can't think of his name, but he trained at our gym a couple of times.
Okay.
He's 6'7". I can't Lane. His name's Lane something. He's an all-pro tackle, white guy.
Yeah.
He comes in the gym and they were like, "Hey, that big boy could jump." And they were talking. He's like, "Man, that dude could jump." I went at threw a windmill down. I was like, "Damn!" It's like that. He did one, and I'm sitting up there like, "Wow, this dude." And he was getting ready for the draft. This is when he was going through his process. He looked like a tight end. He was big. He didn't look like a typical lineman.
Yeah.
Dude was freakishly athletic.
There are some athletic people out here that play different sports than that main sport. Very athletic. I tell this story all the time. I went to business school with a guy who rode the bench with the Fab Five. Mm-hmm. When Weber and Rose and King and all of them in there, he rode the bench. One day in school, we go over to the rec center and we play some engineering students in basketball. This guy was Michael Jordan on the court. This guy is shooting threes, nothing but net. Coming down, dunking on people. In the post, calling for the ball. You could not stop him. But every time he would hit a shot, he'd run by me and say, I was on the bench for Michigan. As he's going back down the court.
Yeah.
There are people out here that can do all kinds of stuff. You just don't see them doing that.
Yeah. I think in some cases, it's like some people have it undercover. Like I play tennis. And I serve heavy. I have a 130-mile-an-hour serve. And when people see me, I have a ball machine. I have a ball pickup machine. I have all this stuff with me. I have a cart that I roll all the stuff out to the car with. And when people watch, they say like, "What's this big old dude about to do?" and they see me play or they see me hit, because I technically don't like playing against people. I have my own balls. I have
Yeah,
my
you're doing
own.
your thing. Yep.
I do my own thing. I just like the fact that I can do it. Like, I've always been one of those people. I grew up in the hood or whatever, but I've always spoke well. I've always treated people with a certain way of respect. I've always been able to go anywhere. You could drop me off at any hood in America, any building, anywhere, and I'll be okay. And that's
right.
been always my whole thing. Is like, it's not about where you're from, it's about your experiences. You know, I've had enough experiences to where I can talk baseball cards, I could talk comics, I could talk whatever. So it's like a different, it's a different conversation when people talk to me, you know. And I've always found that being able to talk, like, I play table tennis, I play golf, I do all these little different things, and it's different because people view you different when they hear you say certain things. Like, someone hear you say something, they know you know.
Oh, like, yeah, without question.
Instantly.
And they also know that you have been there.
Yeah.
Whatever you're talking about, you have experienced that and been through it.
Yeah. So I've taken pride in that. Always wanting to learn something different, wanting to have different experiences. That's why, like, when I go out and you know, talk to other players, you know, like, this is actually a funny situation. So, West Unsell rookie card, right?
Yeah.
Now, this is an 8. It's all, they say it's all centered,
all centered a little bit. Yep.
Yeah, but this is a good looking card for it to be an 8. You know what I'm saying?
Is.
I might resubmit this one day. Now, this is a funny story and a telltale about me putting up these little things. This is a Barry Sanders police rookie card.
I've seen that card online just a few times.
Now,
I think it's short printed.
It's made by Oscar Mayer, right? This is a PSA 9. What I did when I made these things the first time, I didn't have the card stands or whatever. So I put tape, like Scotch tape, across the top so I can put it up against the back of it.
Yes.
Well, when I took those down and I was trying to get the stuff off, I was like, man, I need some sort of removal. It melted the case. It destroyed the case. And I did it on this one in particular. And this one at one point was selling for some decent money. But I got a Walter Payton disc rookie card as well. I don't know if you've seen those. The disc.
I've seen those. Yeah.
I have the Payton as well. But just saying, like, the differences. Like, this isn't something that everybody, you don't know about the Oscar Mayer rookie card. You know what I'm saying? People don't know about that. So that's the kind of stuff that I'm talking about. I like the conversation, like when you go to the, like, I was big on online.
Yeah.
With when I started going back to going to Targets and Walmarts here in Houston, and I don't know, like, one of the biggest issues I had with collecting. I'm a big guy. I'm not a bully though. I don't disrespect people.
We're on the same page there.
And with that being the case, I was having to take up for people. You know, we go to these wait for the line for the cars and stuff, and I watch people literally go in. They're all waiting together. A group of guys will come in, take everything, and peace out. And I'm sitting out there like, whoa, wait, y'all about to let them take everything? They're like, well, they were here first, and, you know, whatever's left over. There's a new sheriff in town. We're not doing that. So I started going around to the little places. I found out how it worked. Oh, the guy's gonna be here at 3. Okay, I'm there. Boom. So I started doing all that stuff. And next thing you know, I'm not regulating, but more or less at the target lines and stuff like that. I just started going there and making sure there wasn't no fights. I'm like, hey, if y'all want to fight, y'all can fight me. I don't know how that's gonna work out for you, but, you know, we had no problems. So,
no chaos. Huh?
Oh, it was no chaos. We had control of the lines, but it was more like a respect thing, man. It was just like some of the people in this sport and I don't like using hobbies. No hobbies, only obsessions actually happened because of me and another lifter we got into it a few years ago. And I said the reason why he wasn't a world champion like I was is because he viewed it as a hobby. I don't have it as a hobby. It's an obsession for me. And when I hear hobby lessens what it is that we're doing, in the sense that the people who are, like, say, Elon Musk, it'll be a hobby for him. But if you're spending like car note money or money that you're making decisions on, man, should I go on vacation or should I buy this car? To me, it's not, that changes the hobby aspect of it. It becomes more of a business. It becomes a bunch of other things other than just a hobby. Some people do have hobbies, like me collecting Christian Laettner. That's a hobby.
Huh?
That's a hobby, But me, getting in and out of some of these more expensive cards. That's business. That's a lot more that's involved. My wife mad at me because I got two card rooms, and I have to deal with that. So I'm not gonna say it's a hobby, because once you put hobby on it, it changes it. But just going around and seeing the new collectors not being able to have conversations about the hobby bothers me, because it's like they don't know anything. Like, you don't know, like, why are you even collecting? Like I was mentioning, we were talking about it was the Nolan Ryan tuxedo shirt, the Nolan Ryan tuxedo card, the 1991 Stadium Club.
Yep.
And I was trying to tell them the importance of that set. The guy goes, that's only like a $40 set. I'm like, you missing the point. Like, that was a historic set. The first time those photos were ever done like that, where they took like
all the way to the border. Yeah.
Full photos. Yes. 100% Kodak photo pictures. They did the Nolan Ryan. He had a tuxedo on in the card. Those are iconic cards.
And that set helps us get to kind of where we are now, because you go back and look at the 80s and pixelated those pictures were compared to the clearness of those pictures. It's a leap and a bound. Then on top of that, you get to the 89 Upper Deck set. It's a huge change.
The 89 Upper Deck, hold on. You had the 89 Upper Deck that was a huge transformation. Oh, actually. So this is the Kevin Moss, right? Now, this dude was supposed to be he was supposed to be Babe Ruth, Mickey Mantle. He was supposed to be the biggest thing ever. And I remember do you remember the lamination phase?
No, what's the lamination phase?
Well, at some point, people started laminating the cards.
Okay.
And I don't know why we did this, but I did it to some Ken Griffey Jr. rookies. I did it to Kevin Moss rookie, where you take...
Was that an attempt to preserve the card?
Yes.
Okay.
But it destroyed the card, because once you put the stuff on it, it destroyed it. But the thing I'm thinking about now is that would have worked if we would have sleeved cards. I just pulled this out. This is one of my childhood cards. There's no sleeve on this card. It's just card. That's why it's tempered. Like the colors change. Yep. It was either it gets a sleeve or it gets a card. You ain't getting both. You know what I'm saying? My dad spent $1 for that.
Yeah, he ain't going back to get.
Oh no, you had to make a choice. So that's another reason why I'm looking at some of my cards, and some of them are beat up because they were just in top loaders. You know what I'm saying? But if you don't know about this particular set, or how can you tell me about this? You know what I'm saying? Like I could go. I have a bunch of this stuff. You know what I'm saying? I have cards. So you're like, yeah, I have a Luka. Shut up. Tell me about some cards. I got Ricky Henderson, Raleigh Fingers rookie cards. Like, tell me about some stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like, USAPL cards. I'm saying USAPL.
You talking about soccer cards?
No, the NFL cards.
Okay. The USFL.
USFL cards.
Yeah.
I got the Reggie White rookies.
So you got the Reggie White, the Steve Young,
the Jim Kelly. I got five. I have 3 of the Jim Kelly cards. But it's like,
and I just looked those up a couple of weeks ago. That card is well sought after right now.
Oh yeah. They're nice cards. It's that people, they don't know. And it's like, I always been a person, like, if I don't know about something, I go and educate myself in it a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Just so I don't have egg on my face. I want to know the conversation. I want it to make sense. Like, I remember going to card shops, buying the Series 1 Leaf, 1990 Leaf, or in the Series 2, trying to get the John Olerud and the Frank Thomas.
Yeah, the Frank Thomas card on
the Frank Thomas. Yeah. I have a couple of those now, but back then couldn't get that card. And I remember, if you bought a pack of cards, you get a good card, you sell that card to get another pack of cards, and you don't get nothing. You know what I'm saying? But that's how they used to do, is give you 40% on the card and all that kind of. It was getting robbed all kind of ways. But those are the comments that to me was collecting. That's when it was real. Like, and I hate sounding like an old man, but the fact that these kids have no reverence for how we got here, that bothers me, because that means you're like, I was in some of these lines with people, and this was something that was very eye-opening. This is when I knew the market was going to crash. I'm in line at Target. The first time I went out there, it was like 2 a.m, and they opened at 7. I was the first person in line. And I was able to get product. I was able to get 3 of each or whatever I wanted. And I spent like $500. And then the next time I go out, I was the second person in line, right?
Okay.
The time. So people started getting out there at 10 p.m. the next day. I said I would never do that. But it got so ridiculous where if you were able to get $500 worth of product, you can make $2,000 to $3,000 reselling it.
Yeah.
The problem with me is that I never sell it. I open up everything. I got issues. So I would always open up my stuff, and if I got some good stuff, I might sell it. But for the most part, I kept most of the stuff I had. So I wasn't really a flipper. But the last time I went out there, they had this, it was like these guys, and they were just like, yo, Holmes, like, how many people out here? I'm like, I'm the first one. It was like, okay, we got it. So these guys were out there, and they had their computers. And I was like, yeah, we got our bots going. And they work in Target right now. They got some sneakers. So while we were out there, they were hitting up Walmarts and Targets online. Plus, they had bots getting sneakers from the time we got out there to later. Then once they got out there, they had their sisters, their uncles, their grandmothers, and all that stuff come skip the line. And I'm just watching stuff. And I'm like, hey, y'all can't do that. And it was like, hey, Holmes, they pulling out guns. Like, they were like, it changed, like everything changed. And I was like, this is dangerous, but at the same time, I could see where this is too easy. And any market, and people say this, that anytime a market gets so big to where the company feels as though they have to cut down the secondary market, it's going to crash. The same thing happened with sneakers. When Jordan got to the point where they were like, wait a minute, the shoes used to be $150, $165. The resale used to be $300. I remember you used to be able to get 2 pairs of shoes. I used to buy 1 pair, sell the other one, and it'll cover the price of both shoes I had. When Nike said, you know what, we're going to cut into some of that market. We're going to sell the shoes for $200. Everybody complained. So all that did was drop the resale market down just a little bit. Yeah. And then it got to a point where they're still making too much money on resale. So they start $225 for the shoe. And now the resale, instead of getting $300, you're only getting $25. So is it worth buying the shoe, taking a chance on it, selling? The same thing is happening with the card stuff. You see that the Walmarts are actually, what's the other store? It's Walmart, Target. It's another chain. They're charging resale They're charging resale for the stuff at the store. Like a blaster's $50 and all this stuff.
Oh yeah, I have heard about prices.
Half out there in the store, but I heard that and I was like, you have to let that eat. If you allow it to eat, it'll take care of itself. You know what I'm saying? So it's a different conversation. It's like, so people are like, well, these companies have to make their money. That's cool. You have to allow the market to make that. Like, the resale is why the stuff is worth what it's worth. It's not the other way around. It's not the product that's so great. It's the fact that people, once, like, as bad as you don't want resellers to come and take over everything, the fact that you start printing to demand or you start raising the price, it kind of just makes people say, I don't want to deal with it at all. And I think they could have fixed a lot of this stuff, man. Like the way they started having like Walmart put the stuff behind the cage, and that shut down
on what you can buy.
Yeah, that shut down a lot of the extra stuff. So if you did that, I remember the last week Target was doing cards, and it was like a scavenger hunt all over Houston because they were only letting you buy one of each of whatever item. So as soon as you get your one item from this one, you head off to the other Target. You get one from that one, you go to another one. And we did this all day. I remember I did it all day. It was Prism basketball. And I was like going around. I was like, this is like crazy. People, you see cars whipping all over the parking lots from people trying to get product. In the last store, the dude was like, man, this is not good. He's like, we got to keep extra people here just to facilitate this stuff.
And manage the process, right?
And the dude was like, say, bro, look, how much of this shit you want? Like, I'll sell it to you. And I was like, whatever you gonna give me. And I bought a bunch of stuff. He let me buy a bunch of stuff, and then after that, Target shut it down completely. So and when that happened, I kind of pulled back off of buying, but I just started purchasing the hoops, and I started buying Mosaic basketball.
Okay.
So that's been the new stuff I've been getting.
All right. Well, I know we got a few comments here. Stevie says LeBron is not number 11. So I put out a top 11, and I had LeBron at number 11 on the top.
Wait, who you had ahead of him?
Oh, I can name it off to you. Hold on. Now you tell me what you think about this list now.
Okay.
When I give you this 25. So I have Mike Jordan number 1, Oscar Robertson number 2, Magic Johnson number 3, Kareem number 4, Kobe 5, Bill Russell 6, Hakeem Olajuwon number 7, Tim Duncan number 8, Steph Curry number 9, Wilt number 10, then LeBron.
Oh, yeah, I ain't hear Shaq. Was Shaq on there?
No, I have Shaq at number 12, right after LeBron.
So basically, to me, listen to that. I have Hakeem Olajuwon ahead of Shaq too.
Okay.
He destroyed Shaq. He ate Shaq up.
Schroeder.
The one that it's Big O.
Okay.
That's the one.
I respect it now. Come on with it. I respect it.
All right. So the kind of reason I have with some of those players is that did you have Larry Bird in that 10?
No, I have Larry Bird at number 14.
And what you got Steph at?
I got Steph at number 9. Then I got Shaq, Kevin Durant, Larry Bird.
Shaq. Okay. The Oscar Robertson, they had 6 teams when he played.
All right, 6 or 8. That'd be the same argument as Bill Russell.
Okay. Now this is the difference. I believe if you drop him, they were still dribbling the ball with one hand at the time.
But Oscar wasn't.
It wasn't Isaiah Thomas. Like it was very basic. It's pretty much that everybody doing the roll and hook. Like that's some black. Like if you had to drop him into an era, he would get destroyed. The Magic Johnson one is the one that I've gotten the most crap for my opinion on Magic. You know who Magic is?
Who?
Lamar Odom.
I can see that.
He is a less skilled Lamar Odom. Now that sounds crazy, but if you watch Lamar Odom play, he had very, very similar traits, the way his body moved, but he actually moved a little more fluid than Magic did. So it's like Magic was also I heard something tonight I never heard before. Dominique Wilkins was supposed to be a Laker. They drafted James Worthy instead of Dominique.
Yeah, I heard that.
I never heard that until tonight.
Yeah. Because
Jerry West said, man, we wanted you. And he said, and Dominique was like, God, man, y'all should have got me. So
that would have been interesting.
So imagine that situation. So I think Magic was as a point guard. I remember the Showtime and that was an amazing time, man. But do you think if you put Chris Paul with Showtime, what would they have done?
Yeah, I mean,
so I think.
Are you saying that Chris Paul is better than Magic Johnson?
I'm not going to say it because you don't have no chips, but as a pure floor general, I'm not. I don't want to say that. It's kind of weird. I don't want to say that, but I'm saying that. I think Magic, out of all those great players, is going to look the worst as time goes on. Okay. Like watching the top 75, I was upset. And you know who I was most upset for?
Well, why were you upset? Tell me why you were upset. Because I was upset too. Yeah, Dwight Howard should be on the team. There's no question.
Bill Walton. I was like, wait, hold on. I was like, wait, yeah. Bill Walton played 5 years.
Five strong, and then rode the bench for the rest of his career.
I couldn't believe that. I couldn't. I was like, wait a minute, because some of the other guys, Artis Gilmore and so was Artis Gilmore on that? Whatever it was, I kind of understood some of them, but that one, and then Anthony Davis.
I didn't get Anthony Davis, and I didn't get Dame Lillard.
Yeah, Dame Lillard is tough because Dame, when you look at it, he hasn't done it. He's hit a couple of big shots, but not that, man. You had Vince Carter and Trace McGrady didn't make it.
Yeah, I didn't understand that either.
And if
Vince Carter is not on this thing?
No Vince Carter,
Didn't make sense to me.
no Chris Bosh. Like, man, that's tough, man. That's tough.
You know, this is one of my favorite people, Local Car Collector. Loco, you gotta hit me with your top 25. You can't pick certain players and be like Lamar Odom and Magic Johnson in the same sentence. Give me that top 25.
But listen, I'm not saying Lamar Odom's top 25.
I know you're not. I'm
putting a situation where if you put certain guys, let me give you a better situation about LeBron, right? LeBron's a monster player, right? 260 pounds. He could run. He could do all this stuff. You know what LeBron would have had hell in the 90s and the 80s? He's a 1 foot jumper.
Yeah.
1 foot leapers he would have been getting put on the floor. He would have been getting twisted. He would have been timid.
What would LeBron do against Rodman, Mahorn, Lambia? These people that are. What would LeBron do against Dennis Rodman?
I think he would have. I think he would still do LeBron. I just think it would have been harder. Like,
very hard.
He would have been on the ground a lot. He would have been getting his legs taken from underneath him. He's still, to me, the third best player of all time in my book.
Okay. So you got Mike Jordan.
Kobe.
Who's your number 2? Kobe?
I got Kobe.
Okay. And then LeBron.
I got LeBron. Now, the Kareem thing, like when you think about it, Kareem's numbers and the stuff that he actually did was the numbers are crazy. The only unstoppable shot. You have to respect those things, but it's like when he was put on the national scene, he was an old man already.
He was.
So it's like,
but he did get 1 ring now in Milwaukee.
He was with Oscar Robertson.
Yeah, Big O was his point guard.
But Oscar Robertson was washed up then.
Yeah, he was older. Yes.
So it's kind of like how you catch on. It's like when you get that chip and how you get it. Like Jason Kidd got a chip in Dallas, but he was a role player. He was a 3-point shooter of all things. You know what I'm saying? So these situations happen. I look at players like, give you a perfect example. Dominique Wilkins would be the same Dominique he was in the 80s right now.
Yes, he would.
No doubt about it. He would still be that. Who else? There's a couple other players. Like Dennis Johnson is not no goddamn Hall of Famer. Dennis Johnson shouldn't be no Hall of Famer. 13 points a game. Have himself. He's not a Hall of Famer, but he played for the Celtics, so they put him in the Hall of Fame. So it's like certain when you look at legend and how they are, like, you know who I think would eat? Joe Dumars would eat right now. I think Joe Dumars would still be
special. Yeah,
I think he would still be Joe Dumars.
Yeah. He would be a defensive stopper, and he'd be scoring his points.
You know who? And I'm another player you probably put in the same lane. What's the kid for Boston? Smart, Marcus Smart. Kind of reminds me of Joe Dumars a little bit. And if you remember Marcus Smart in college, he was a 30-point a game scorer.
Yeah, he was.
They didn't know he was going to defend on a level like he is now. But certain players are comparable. It's like the way the era is like back in the day when you look at Indiana, they used to run structured plays for Reggie to run around these picks for him to get that one shot. They're not doing that no more.
No.
So if they design plays,
Steph kind of put an end to that because he creates his own shot.
Well, he creates his own shot, but imagine Steph in Reggie's system, where he was running around 2 6'10" muscle-bound dudes.
Oh yeah,
and he's getting clean shots, and he could pull from anywhere. Steph would still be Steph no matter what the area is, because they can't play. He could pull from half court. LeBron, I think, with the way that he played and how physical they played with him, they would punish him. Not saying that he wouldn't get over at certain points, but I just think it wouldn't be Jordan. Like you drop Jordan in this era where you can't hand check, forget about it. Jordan is way more athletic off 2 feet than Jordan ever was. LeBron is a terrible 2-foot jumper. If you watch him jump off 2 feet, he doesn't jump that impressive. He's a 1-footed jumper. In this era where you can't touch players, you can't do anything, he's able to run up and down, do his thing. Let's see. Okay.
Let's see what Logo's talking about. So we got Magic at number 1.
Wow. Why?
Yeah, this is mind-blowing. Jordan at 2, Kareem at 3, Kobe, Bird, LeBron, Steph, Olajuwon, Bill Russell, Shaq. Now, Loco, I respect this, but there's no way Magic Johnson's number 1 player all time in the NBA.
Damn, that I had to drink on that one.
But Loco, I respect it, right? This is my thing with people. I respect everyone's list. We all
wait.
can.
How Bird? Hold on.
Yeah. He's got Bird at 5, man. Well,
Wait. Why?
We can all have our own list. It's all good, but this right here is. I find 3 people that have the same list.
Hey, but I'll be honest with you. I'll be perfectly honest with you. Bird didn't leave my top 10 until about 2 years ago.
Oh, he didn't leave mine. He didn't leave mine until about a year ago.
Yeah. Be honest with you, Kate. So Curry is the one that really,
Curry is the one that broke into the top 10.
But I think
right behind him is Kevin Durant.
I think Durant's there.
And then right behind both of them is going to be Giannis.
If someone said, like, how do you? Giannis is unstoppable. He has limitations.
The only way he can fail is get hurt. That's the only way he can fail.
He has stuff with him that he has extremely large hands. He's 7 foot tall. He handles the basketball good enough. He passes the ball decent. It's amazing what he's able to do. But the thing with Bird played basically 9 seasons. So he won 4 championships, right?
Yep.
How do you put Bird in that top 5? Now,
but let's give Loco some background, right? At least he came with some background. So he said Dominique was a better player than Duncan. I totally disagree with that. Duncan is the best power forward of all time. But he did say, I'm a Laker fan, so I admit bias.
Wait, he just said Dominique was better than Tim Duncan?
Yeah. Loco, let me just ask you, when did you start watching basketball?
Yeah, how old are you?
I'm just asking. When did you start watching basketball? If you think Dominique Wilkins is better than Tim Duncan. Yeah.
Hey, I don't know if you saw. Let me see. Wilt is
love what you collect. Wilt is the top 5 player of all time, maybe top 3. Wilt is underrated in today's conversations. I agree with that.
Yeah,
I agree with that.
I think that conversation is I think you have to start asking. You have to be more specific, right? You have to say who's the most dominant in this situation. When you talk
about my list, I went with who's the most skilled. Anyone on the court causing a problem.
So if you said most skilled players of all time, Kyrie Irving would be on that list.
I don't know if he's done enough. I can't say he's done enough.
You said you go by skill, so that's like talent, like what they do. Like when you give them a basketball,
a duration of time. When you say all time, a duration of time is in that.
Okay. Well, I'm feeling
because I really love Kyrie Irving. I love the way he moves the ball, can handle the rock. I love his jumper. He can create something from a point guard position that most people can't.
He finishes at the basket better than any person that size ever.
I can't disagree with any of that. Yeah. It's just the duration of time he's done it. He's went to the finals, been hurt, couldn't finish the finals, came back the next, did well, but we haven't seen him again in any kind of position to get to the playoffs and do anything.
Yeah, but I was just saying when you said skill, like to me, Kobe is the most skilled. I think Kobe was more skilled than Jordan. Jordan was more athletic, more physically stronger and more imposing than Kobe. But I think Kobe handled the ball better than Jordan. He shot the ball better than Jordan. I think he wasn't as nasty as Jordan. I think Jordan was grimy to the point where Kobe was like this funny thing. People look at Kobe like he a punk, but you never really seen him other than the Chris Childs situation.
I was about to say Chris Childs. That's the only situation.
Yeah, where people actually punk, but people.
I think he learned something from that situation.
Yeah, it's like he got 2-piece, but the thing is, people didn't play with Kobe. Kobe just is like he's gonna take he wanted the ball, he wanted to kill you, and you saw it. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. And the thing about Duncan was so consistent to where it became boring. You know what I'm saying? Where he's gonna go off the glass, he's not gonna say anything.
He's gonna get that spin move. He's gonna run back down the court. No
I wish, just like Tom Brady got a chance to go to Tampa Bay and show some of his personality, I kind of wish Tim Duncan had that opportunity. Like, to wonder if he's really like that, or if he just was the ultimate pop player. People, I never hear people talk about that. The fact that his personality may have just been like, listen, I'm successful. I got a chance to play only reason why he was even with San Antonio is because Duncan got hurt. I mean, not Duncan, Robinson got hurt.
Robinson got hurt.
And
That's right.
they wound up getting it was after his MVP year. So Robinson won the MVP in 94, 95. Whenever he won the MVP, he wound up getting hurt afterwards, and they were in position to get Duncan. So if he goes to a different team where he could show a different part of his personality, maybe he was a different type player. Maybe he's more popular. You know, but he wound up playing Pop's way. Pop's way won him some chips. He did that. But
I did listen to an interview after Tim retired that he did not enjoy interviews at all. He saw him as a labor, like something and they coached him on getting better with that. And I think he had some anxiety with doing interviews.
Yeah.
You never know if his personality was different. Maybe he's received different by fans and collectors. You just never know.
Because it's weird how people perceive you. Like they don't view you as exciting. And it's like it's a little bit different. Like it's funny. It's like my personality. I have a big personality in person for the most part. But some people, if you don't know me, they have a bunch of different things people say about me. I don't say much. I never said anything in college, in baseball or in basketball. Never talked trash, never said anything. And I always got looked over. Like it'll be stuff happening. I've always been this talented. And the fact that I never really got a chance to really display it anywhere. I got opportunities to try to play basketball overseas because of my dunk tapes. And when I turned like 30 years old is when I found out I could still jump and do all this stuff. I found out I was able to throw a football 85 yards. I could do all this stuff. And it was like I was older when I found out. And it's like I said, you know what? I'll never let people say my chillness is a negative. So I started talking more. That's how I became the J Mike thing, is that I will tell you about it, because if I wait for other people to tell me, I may not ever hear it.
That's right.
I have to go out and get it. Like there's a way. There are people who've bench pressed more weight than me, but no one's done it the way I've done it. Like I did it drug free. I was 40 years old when I started benching 600 plus pounds. I totaled over 2,000 pounds in 8 competitions. I finished second at nationals, third at nationals, top 5. Like I've done a lot in a short period of time. So it's like, for me to get to the point where now I have my own trading card and all that kind of stuff. It's like I've done a lot of work, and sometimes it just gets overlooked. Like last year, I had probably one of the best years I've been 660, 650 like 7-8 times, and I wasn't getting credit for it. They wouldn't post my videos on the powerlifting sites. They would post other people, and it's like people getting tired of seeing you do it. I'm like, wait a minute, I need my credit. So I'm like, you know what? You can't wait for other people sometimes. If you want to get more credit, you might as well start your own powerlifting website then.
That's right.
But I already got enough businesses going. I couldn't do it. I was going to try. But that's kind of how this stuff works. So sometimes when you don't say anything, it makes people think you're not what you are. You know what I'm saying? So I watch these guys who are super great players but don't like talking. Like people talk about LeBron, and I was listening to some of these sport car people, and it was like, well, LeBron and his politics is why I don't like him. And I was like, so the Black Lives Matter thing is an issue for y'all that he said something about, speaking up about it. Okay. It's like he started being too much him, and he started cursing, and you can just tell you could tell. I can't tell you exactly what year, but if I went back and look, I could tell you exactly what year he stopped caring. Because
to me it was when his house in LA was vandalized. Is when I saw a shift in LeBron James. Yeah,
that's fair. But I remember you could just see the change with him, where you could tell he was like, I'm not about to say that. Like, I don't care. Like when Jordan said, Republicans buy sneakers as well.
Yep.
That was a very telling thing. And I think LeBron saw an opportunity to save his legacy. He could say he could never catch Jordan because he's lost too many times in the finals. He could never catch Jordan. But his perception in the community can always be uprooted and said he did more than Jordan did for his people.
Yes.
And I think he was riding on that. Like he's like, I can't beat him on the court. I'm gonna get him outside the court. I'm gonna fight for the injustice. I'm gonna say something. I'm gonna spit rap lyrics and don't know the words to them so people know
all the time.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah. I think he took that route with it because he knew that he could never catch Jordan. socially. So he took a like villain role type aspect of it, because I think if he still thought he had a true way of catching Jordan perception wise, he would be more booted up and suited up. But I think since he knows he'll never have that, he's like, I'm gonna say whatever I want to say.
And to Doc, like Doc Holliday, Jordan is the GOAT and a great guy that stands up for what he believes, and he's not out there politically, maybe for a good reason. All I can say is that everybody is a different person, right? So LeBron may feel differently about some stuff than Mike Jordan does. He came along at a different time. I don't know how many athletes besides like Kareem, Jim Brown, Muhammad Ali were very vocal on things back in the day. But they're two different people. I know we make comparisons. I have a list. Everybody has a list. We talk about different players, but they're different people and they have different belief systems. So if one chooses to be quiet or quieter, then that's his belief. And if one chooses to be more outspoken, that's his belief. But Mike Jordan recently has done several things that he has been more outspoken than he was when he was a player. So
Yeah,
it is what it is.
He got more of the FU money. You know what I'm saying? Like when you're a billionaire now, you know, you got your team, you kind of can start saying stuff that you want to say. But I think I think the fact that he knows he'll never catch Jordan like that, he like, you know what? I'm just gonna go the Black Power way.
There's only one Mike Jordan, right? There's only one Michael Jeffrey Jordan.
It's the fact that Jordan, like, to be honest with you, Tom Brady didn't pass up Joe Montana until like 2 Super Bowls ago.
That's right. Not in my world. I was still telling people, yeah, but Joe Montana until he got 6 and 7. Then
he got that. I was like, I couldn't even fight him. I was like, Tom.
When he came back from 25 down in the Super Bowl.
Or you talking about
against Atlanta
Eagles?
Against Atlanta, when he came back.
Yeah,
that's when I let go of Joe Montana.
Yeah, I was like, but Joe a bad boy. And you know what's funny? I was telling somebody this other day. It wasn't until 2010 we thought that he was better than Peyton.
That's true. Speak on that, because I was still telling people, Peyton Manning is no joke. Y'all talking about Tom Brady? Peyton Manning is no joke. JP, who was on this show regularly, talked a lot about Tom Brady, and him and I would have debates on, well, you know, what about Peyton Manning? And he was like, no, bro, it's not in the same league. I'm like, I don't know. And that was like 2009, 2010.
Yeah, Peyton had more numbers because Tom Brady was a game manager for many of the years. That's like, right. If you look at some of the quarterbacks from back in the day, Peyton Manning was on the track of Troy Aikman.
That's right.
Throw for 3,000 yards, 20 touchdowns, 10, 12 interceptions. You know, that's what trajectory he was really on. And Troy Aikman's number now, their numbers look like trash now compared to now.
He wasn't really throwing the ball. He wasn't 180 yards a game. They were handing the ball off to him and throwing, if they were throwing, to Michael Irvin, and that's about it.
They was running the ball with their tight end. I mean, their fullback too. Shit, the Moose was getting carries. You know? So that kind of changes things a little bit. So when I look at the players, like right now, I think Peyton Manning is severely underpriced.
Well, he's undervalued from a card perspective.
But I think it's going to intensify. He's about to be all over television. Him and his brother, when they take over the regular Monday Night Football cast,
they just re-up their contract on that.
But I think there's going to be situations. Actually, they were saying that they were going to try to get Peyton and Eli to do, and I mean Peyton and Tom Brady to do television.
That would be special.
I heard something about that recently.
Their personalities are so different. That would be special.
Yeah, because Tom be kind of chilling a little bit, but also whenever Gronk, let's say Gronk and Tom go into the booth, they're going to get all the money. That's why I got some Gronk stuff, some autographed Gronk stuff from his second year.
People still sleeping on Gronk. I'm telling you.
Gronk is an amazing tight end. I just remember he was, if Aaron Hernandez didn't go crazy, Gronk wouldn't.
That was about to be bananas, man.
He wouldn't have been Gronk.
Both of those tight ends were.
He'd have been great. But it wouldn't have been because Aaron Hernandez was the wide receiver. He was the catching. Gronk was the blocking tight end. And people forget that, you know?
And the way Gronk puts down blocks, even to this day, is bananas.
Yeah.
For a man to go in retirement, come back, and put down blocks like that, Banana.
Well, I was just going through one of the cards I was gonna show. T2 Strange.
Yeah.
It's in really good condition too.
It is.
Now, I'm gonna get some of these. I'm gonna go get some of these graded, but I got
Don Drysdale. Okay.
Like I got cards, man. I got history, but I've been waiting to get the stuff graded because I kind of like the fact it's not graded. But I'm like, I'm gonna go ahead and just pay it up to slab some of this stuff up. But like you know,
you got
Cal Ripkins. I got like 10 of these.
Oh yeah.
But I just got cards though. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, for the record, I want to let Loco know. Hey, I respect your top 10 lists as well. And the best thing about it is that everyone can have a list of their own.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Yeah, I respect it. You know, I gotta mess with you now when you say that Magic Johnson's number one, but I respect it.
And I don't mean to say, like I said, I don't think that Lamar Odom is better than Magic Johnson. I'm just saying when I look at the player that
the athletic ability, the 6'9", 6'10", the way they move, I see what you're saying.
I could see him being that type. And also, Magic wasn't a great shooter of the basketball. He was a one hand push shot type guy.
Especially that '92 All-Star game.
Yeah. But it's just like, how would that translate to now? Like when you put those guys in, like David Thompson. I got David Thompson's rookie. David Thompson has the coolest rookie card of all time. You know why?
Why is that?
It's a jumbo.
Oh, okay.
It's not a skinny. Where's that damn card?
You got the extra wide and the tall, right?
It's about that big. It's a tall. I've never seen a small card. Mm-hmm. I've only seen that big ass card. I think it's 74.
Yeah.
But the card is crazy. I'm sitting up there like this card. I'm like literally looking for that type stuff. The David Thompson's Willis Reed. Willis Reed went to Grambling, so
yeah, you gotta love Willis Reed, right?
I go for his stuff too, though, man. But actually, one of the cooler things I have. Have you seen the LeBron James Hummer?
Yes, I have seen that card. Yes.
You seen the card?
Yeah, I've seen the card
with the card and the Hummer.
Yes.
Well, I have a few of those. I picked up last year.
That's what I saw after, sir.
They had a guy that had a case of them.
Okay.
And I was like, because he sent me one, and I was like, man, the corner bent on it. He was like, oh man. He said, I just took a picture of one of them. I was like, well, how many you got? He was like, I got like 100 of them. He was like, keep that one. I'll send you one. And I'm sitting up there, really, I'm thinking about the card. Because as much as I collect the starting lineups and stuff, I don't crack them. I keep them. But in that situation, I was damn sure about to crack them. And for the great cause, because he had like an entire thing, but he sent me a couple of them. I paid like $500 for 10 of them.
Okay.
$50 a piece. Not bad.
So there's a question from Loco. Why do you think Isaiah Thomas or Isaiah hates on MJ so much?
What?
Yeah, well, there's a rift between.
Wait, how old is Loco?
I think Loco. What did you say? Did you say you were 46? Was that a joke? Or are you really 46? Let me know. Let me know, Loco.
So that matters.
It does. So the way I understood it is that all this started when Jordan was first time in the All-Star game, and Isaiah Thomas with the Iceman tried to freeze out Jordan. Like they didn't want to pass him the ball. Mike came in hungry like Kobe Bryant, and they did not want to pass him the ball or let him shine. And Mike looked at these people, just like I always say how LeBron James looks at folks, right? Last night he looks at DeAndre Jordan, and when DeAndre Jordan throws the ball out of bounds last night, if anybody was watching the game, LeBron gives him a look, and then runs back down the court. And today DeAndre Jordan was cut from the team.
They cut DeAndre Jordan?
Oh yeah. Wow. Well, he's been on the bench. He hasn't really been playing. And when he comes in, he doesn't have any offensive game. He can't really do too much for them.
They're saying that because him and Howard aren't playing well. They're not playing at all. They're taking a roster spot.
Really. Howard just started playing a couple, like 2 weeks ago. But when DeAndre Jordan threw that ball out of bounds, and the way LeBron looked, I knew that guy's not around for long. But those two, Iceman and Isaiah Thomas, started to freeze out Jordan, and since then, it's been a problem. And I think there's been some video that's been shown from the 75th where Isaiah Thomas comes over right before Steph Curry is announced, and he tries to like give Magic Johnson a handshake and talk to him, and Jordan wants nothing. He wants nothing to do.
Magic or Jordan?
Isaiah Thomas comes over to Magic. Magic is right in front of Michael Jordan in the announcement line.
Oh, okay, I got
So
you.
he comes over and talks to Magic, and Magic talks to him, and then whispers something to Mike, and Mike was like, "Yeah, I wasn't going to talk to him."
I believe that because they said Jordan wasn't there for early. Like they didn't think he was going to show up.
Yeah,
and they were saying that it was possible that maybe people got picked on the team that he was like, if they're there, I'm not going to be there type thing, and he decided last minute to show up.
I thought it was interesting Scottie Pippen didn't show up. You know, after he said that Michael Jordan wasn't a GOAT.
Scottie's been doing a lot of stuff though, man. Like Scottie's been kind of embarrassed a lot. His girl was wilding. Yeah. Jordan,
then the death of his son was a very serious matter. That's a tough thing.
Yeah, I can only imagine something happens to his son, but he's been moving funny. You know what I'm saying? Like when you do certain things, like his wife was she a groupie, messing with NBA players and their kid. They have a kid who's like a college player.
Yeah,
like,
he's at Vanderbilt.
Yeah, he's a good player. And your wife is running around embarrassing you. You know what I'm saying? It's like you're supposed to be Scottie Pippen. You know what I'm saying? Actually, fun story, fun fact. I was in college. I was like 20. I might have been 21. I met this girl from Arkansas at a comedy club. Long story short, Grambling is like where Grambling is located. It's not far from Arkansas.
Yeah.
The girl was from Arkansas. She gave a waitress my number, whatever. Long story short, I meet up with her, wound up going to Arkansas. So wound up talking to her. She was Scottie Pippen's date at the draft. Which was, I just always thought that was kind of interesting. Yeah. But she had, like, in her house, she had this picture of, I was like, damn, I said, it looked like Scottie Pippen. She was like, it is Scottie Pippen. I was like, that was his draft night. I was his date. I was like, oh, okay, that's pretty cool. She went crazy though, but that was like a little funny little
tidbit. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. She was crazy. But that I found it interesting that he's from Arkansas and he wound up making it. And when you think about even watching the doc, it made him just look like he made a bunch of poor decisions. He signed that contract. Mm-hmm. He left the game. Yep. And then Jordan had to come back and save them. You know what I'm saying? Like it perceived him a certain way, and Jordan had final edit. So
very true.
They got to take it on the chin, man.
One thing I will say though is that a lot of that stuff that was portrayed in the documentary, Scottie Pippen actually did. Like when you refuse to come back into a playoff game or a game in general, the disgruntledness about the contract that you signed, and even as like young people, right? We were like, why is Scottie signing this contract? He's worth more than that. Some of those things, I think also Scottie may not want retold to a whole new generation, but there's truth there.
Mm-hmm. You know who that story sounds like a little bit is Terrell Owens. Like Terrell Owens is my guy. Like I'm a T.O. guy. Jerry Rice number 1, T.O. number 2.
Who's number 3? Is Randy number 3?
Yeah, I'll say that.
What about is Fitzgerald number 4?
No. I would not say that. Fitzgerald, he's played a long time. He's accumulated a lot of stats. I don't think Fitzgerald's over Chris Carter.
Ooh, okay.
Like there's some levels of this the football game that I think people are missing. Like when you look at how dominant a player was, when you look at before the first dominant wide receiver in terms of my era, my age is Steve Largent.
But yes.
Steve Largent was the first with 100 touchdowns. Yes. He was Wes Welker and all them before Wes Welker and all them. You had Art Monk, who was a dominating wide receiver who you view. But the one is Shannon Sharp, is Sterling Sharp.
Sterling Sharp is definitely
years where Jerry was not the best wide receiver in football. Yeah. It was close.
Yes.
He had some years. He had those first 8 years of Sterling Sharp's career were right on par with Jerry, man. And he was doing it. They had Mikowski, the Magic Man, and then when Favre got there. So he only got I think he got 2 or 3 years with Favre. No
And that was
telling what
it.
he would.
And then he had his neck issue.
No telling what he would have done. But Rice is just so nasty. Like, I think Rice is the only, Tom Brady now has passed up. Like, you can't even argue another player for his position. But Jerry Rice's numbers are Gretzky-like. Yeah. Like, when you look at Gretzky and how far further he is ahead of the next person, I'm hearing Ovechkin is creeping up to some of his numbers. I don't see how, but he's about to be playing 20 years. But Jerry Rice's numbers are insane. Like,
22,285 yards receiving. I always remember that number.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
He averaged almost 1,000 yards a season.
No, he averaged over 1,000 a season.
That's crazy.
But see, the 1,000 is not going to be that big of a deal now because they have 17 games. Yes, so going forward, these guys,
you better have 1,100, 1,150.
Jerry Rice was 18, 17, 15 every year. You had years with that. You had years with Andre Rison. Andre Rison was a bad man. Like, he was putting up some serious numbers, man. But the Terrell Owens thing, like, for him not to be a great catcher of the football, but to be able to apply that much pressure on the team and be that dominant, I just loved his work ethic. Like, he didn't drink.
Didn't do anything. I read his autobiography. He loved his grandma. Like, the only thing I don't like about him, you mentioned his grandma, he started crying. Like, that's the only thing I don't like about T.O. But everything else, I got a refractor PSA 10 Terrell Owens. That might be my prized possession of my collection, that refractor card. But I got a bunch of his I have all of his cards. So actually I have a display. This one may turn into the Terrell Owens one. He's the most kind of like my personality type. I love that guy. You know what I'm saying? Let me see. Go and play for hometown Bills this year. Gronk. Oh. You think Gronk's coming back, Sharp? You think so?
He's going to go play for the Bills.
No, I think if Brady's done, I think Gronk is soon going to announce he's
They
done.
said he wants to play with Burrow. I mean, the Gronk can still do that stuff in spot work. He breaks his elbow every year.
He does. He does. He does have an arm injury every year.
He's a lot smaller. Like, he did a lot to play, though. You know what I'm saying? He got smaller so he could be more nimble and stuff. But it's just like he takes uncomfortable hits because he doesn't want to fall on his arm. So when you watch him, he says really force it. So you have the right to your opinion because you're of age.
I love Loco. People don't know. I want people to know is that I love conversations, right?
Yeah.
Everybody doesn't have to think like me.
Yeah.
I love conversations. So I enjoy Loco. I enjoy that he stands up for his opinion. He gives me his opinion, and it's all good by me.
Yeah, I just don't talk out your ass. Like, as long as it's coming from somewhere, like, you can actually, it's like, hey, I remember. But like right now, the huge thing is vintage, right? Everybody's on vintage right now, and it's like, do you even know? Like, so the fact that these people don't know who they're like, I'm buying the GOATs. I'm buying such, and it's like, well, they weren't really the GOATs. Like, you're like this person. So like when you think about it, like I have like the Warren Moon 85 Topps rookie card. I never understood why that card was a good card. You know why that card is such a great card?
Why is that? Because of the black border? Or what is
black border?
Yeah, the black border is hard to grade.
But all right, I have.
You got like 200 of those?
No. I wish. I have a bunch of 86 Topps baseball.
Okay.
I have a bunch of it. Like, I have a lot, right? And I didn't know I have a bunch of Ryans. I probably have about 100 Ryans, right?
Okay.
So I'm sitting up there like, I wonder how much these things, how much they're worth, right? So I type in and it said PSA 10. I click it. It was like $10,000. it was a crazy number. I was like, wait, that must be the Tiffany or something. And I looked and I was like, no, it's not Tiffany. Whatever the number, I might be exaggerating with 10,000. Whatever it was a lot of money. Because the set is not an over expensive set. And it's like all those cars are condition sensitive. So the PSA 10s are crazy, especially during the hype and all that stuff. So I'll start going through the cards, and I have 800 count boxes full of them, just his card only.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going through them either off center, left to right, or the corner edges. I'm saying like, God damn, how's something wrong with each one of these cards? Like even the
oh, that's how they were printed back then.
Even these Griffies. So all these Griffies, there's like a handful of them that they have. It's like a line on the bottom, like the bottom left corner on some of them.
Print run line. Yep.
And it's on like a couple hundred of them. So I'm like, damn, because I had to start paying attention to them because I was like, I'm gonna start getting some of this stuff graded. And I bought magnification stuff. And then I said, you know what? I have a PSA 9 and I found I have a PSA 10 of this. So I cracked it. And I wanted to see, like physically see the card so I could see what a 10 was. And you just start noticing. I was like, wait a minute. The car had a line on. That's how I was able to recognize it. Because I was about to send all this stuff in. And I would have been pissed if I'd have got 9s back.
Yeah.
You know.
Or even something lower.
Oh, yeah. The 9 is the one thing I could take. Like if I was to do some grading, because I'm gonna send some of this stuff to get graded. If it's not gonna be a 9, I'm not sending it in under the, like it's gonna be a PSA 10. You know, that's stupid, you know?
Yeah.
But we're talking about important cards. This is an important card to me growing up as a kid.
Yeah.
This is what I wanted to look like. This was the card.
Mm-hmm.
Like I heard it's worth a couple of bucks now. Like if you get it graded, they're worth a little bit.
Yeah,
but this was an amazing card, man. Like this was the pit. I was like, this is what I want to look like.
You know what's also special about that is that Bo Jackson won't sign that card if he's at an autograph show.
Really?
He won't sign a blown up picture of that pose.
Why? What did he say?
Don't know. I don't know if he had some kind of issue with someone. Like, you know, Bo originally got drafted by the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Oh, yeah,
he got traded to the Raiders. He won't sign any Tampa Bay Buccaneers stuff.
Wait, what is this?
How he felt like how he was treated in that process.
Wait, is this supposed to be a Tampa Bay card?
No. That's just but the pose with the bat, he won't sign that if you have like a 20 by 30 or 8.5 by 11. He won't sign that picture at all.
Man, that's crazy. Because
I wouldn't be surprised if he wouldn't sign that card.
This is like my all-time favorite card. Like this is one of the first things I ever saw, and I was like, I want to look like that. Like I don't remember Canseco's 1991 Dream Team with the shirt off. Yeah. I was like, yo, that's what I want to do. Because I was a little short, fat kid at the time. And then I started working out. And this and that Canseco Dream Team card, that Dream Team set from the 8 or 91 score, that was a major set, man. Well, I mean, it's junk stuff now, but I just remember a kid collecting that. That was
everybody wanted that. Everybody wanted Canseco as a kid.
Yeah.
So we got a question here about Ja. I love Ja, but you think his ball hog type game will hurt in the playoffs? I just think I want to see Ja develop more of a jump shot.
I don't think he's a ball hog though.
I don't know if I would call him a ball hog. I just want a consistent jump shot.
Because he doesn't. So ball hogs are different. When your ball hog leads to a jump shot, is much different than your ball hog leading to me penetrating and dishing or penetrating, causing something to happen to the defense. Allen Iverson was a ball hog because his penetration led to him shooting. Carmelo Anthony, his isolation led to him shooting a jump shot, which is the worst shot. You handle the basketball for 15 seconds and then you pull a jump shot. When you look at people like, let's say Russell Westbrook when he was good, his ball hog is crashing to the board as hard as he can, and he's not a great passer of the basketball, but he goes to the hole so hard that he forces a reaction, and he was able to get balls to the bigs or kick it out a little bit. I think Ja is more on the line of going to the hole, causing enough distraction to where he passes well enough to get people to basketball.
It'd be interesting to see the evolution of his game, though.
I think it's gonna happen, but I mean, he's in his third year.
Yeah.
Third year.
Yeah, he's made leaps each year.
Now, people, I just think it's funny how people are off Zion, though. Like, oh, if they had to redraft, they'll take. If Zion was healthy, Zion would be getting 28. And now, I think Zion's not a great rebounder, but he'll be shooting 60%.
He probably could be better. He could be better.
He ain't got time for all that, man. Look, he's short, and that's another thing. He's not a tall guy. It's hard banging for those rebounds with taller people. Yeah, that's why he's good off the ball.
Yeah. Doc Holliday, you said that why do I feel like FT is staring me down? I'm not staring you down, man.
Actually, look what I just found.
Oh wow, you got the Ray Allen. That's a nice card, man. That's a nice card. Yeah, it's a nice card. I saw a Kobe this last weekend, refractor, same year, same brand. That right there is a nice Ray Allen card.
Now I had this card up. For like $50. And I forgot I had it on there throughout the whole the spike.
Mm-hmm.
So one day I was just going through my cards. I was like, what the hell? And I looked. I was like, wait, this is a refractor? And I saw the Kobe was like 100,000. It was like a crazy number for the Kobe. It was like a ridiculous number.
Yeah.
And I was like, wait a minute. Kobe is great. I love Kobe. But Kobe ain't that much better than Ray Allen to where this card should be $50. And I saw it. I had some offers for $1,500 at one point, and I didn't sell it. I got greedy. I was like, I can get $2,000. Now we lucky to get $300 for it. But this is a badass card, man.
I really enjoy that card. And I think Ray Allen stuff is going to keep increasing in value.
I have his bang. I just hit his bang silver for Mosaic.
Mm-hmm.
And that costs like a $30 card. Or well, that's how much people were paying for it a couple of days ago.
Yeah.
You know, that stuff changes so fast.
Yesterday's price is not today's price.
There you go.
There you go. So Doc Holliday has a good question here. Best 2021-22 NBA rookie to collect. The other day I got a case hit hoops anniversary edition Cade Cunningham. I got the video up if you guys get a chance to check it out.
Is that the blue one?
Doc, is that the blue one? Let us know. But who do you get excited about from the rookie class of the NBA this year?
I like Jalen. I like Green.
Okay.
Now also he got a lot of flack for his dunk contest dunks.
Mm-hmm.
The thing they keep talking about, like they're the worst dunk contest. The dunks that they're doing now are so much harder than they've ever done in years past. Now, to be honest with you, it was a time where I thought I could have won every dunk contest up to like 2002. Like this is real. Like if you, like I said, you Google my history, you'll see. But the thing is that I'm not an NBA ball player too. So it's like, it's different. You want to see your stars dunking the basketball.
You really do.
That's
really do. You want to go back to the Jordan, the Dominiques, even somebody like a Spud Webb, even like Dwight Howard came through. That's what you really want to see. But none of these guys want to do it.
But that's what you're missing. You're missing the fact that these aren't the stars who are the ones who are doing the dunks. Like, because LeBron, honestly, the reason why LeBron not doing a dunk contest, because he can't win. That's why he's not doing it.
But do you think that's the reason why he didn't do it when he was younger?
He wanted $1 million.
Yeah,
I don't know if you remember that. There was a story that he wanted $1 million and they didn't want to give it to him because they're like, look, I'm taking a chance on my rep. But now, shit, they probably have to pay him. They'll probably now everyone knows he's not the best dunker. He does cool dunks in game, but it's not like what these kids are doing. Like between the leg dunks, I could do that. Or it was a time where I was able to do the between the leg dunk. That's like a regular dunk now. They do that in games now.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So when you're like, that was the worst dunk contest I've ever seen in my life, I'm sitting like, bro, it's not that the dunks contests are bad. It's the fact that everyone's done everything. These people have done every dunk already. And then you have people who don't do anything but dunk all day. Like that's what they do for a living. So yes, they're going to do things. You're going to see stuff on Instagram that these NBA guys don't have time to do. They have to develop their complete ball games. You know what I'm saying? So that's one of the
let me ask you a question though. This is a question I ask some people I know. Do you think any of these guys in the slam dunk contest this year actually practice?
Not like that. I think they put. Well, actually, I know Obi Toppin practiced. He worked with the guy from Team Flight Brothers. That guy is actually he's actually a cool guy. He actually coming up, Team Flight Brothers, like in 2009, 2010, they were like the primary dunk guys. And I was putting up videos too, and I never got a chance to work with them, but they have worked with all of the dunk champions over the last couple of years, like giving them ideas, stuff to do. Because what it is that everyone jumps high. It's the fact that these guys are able to do the dunks. It's not like a situation where these guys are jumping, they jump way higher. I think like Dominique jumps just as high as the guys do now.
Oh, yeah,
I think Jordan, even they showed a clip of Jordan trying the between the leg dunk in 1989. That dunk didn't hit in 1994 with J.R. Ryder.
Mm-hmm.
So Jordan was trying that dunk 5-6 years previous.
Yeah.
And it didn't actually be a thing until 2000. I mean, it was 94. Had to be 94. 94 when he did the East Bank Funk. So it shows you that the minds were there. It's just a matter. Like I remember my dad telling me, Dr. J used to take off from the 3-point line.
So did my father. There's no one that dunk like Dr. J.
Every time I asked him about it, Dr. J just said, "Oh shit, he went around the back and dunked that thing." Then I remember I won the dunk contest. I won the state dunk championship in '96. I have a weird connection with Kobe Bryant, but my connection is that in 1996, he won the Philadelphia. I think he won the McDonald's All-American dunk contest.
He did. Yes, he did.
I won the Louisiana State dunk championship. Now I was a good basketball player, but I didn't get a chance to do that one. But I was just like, so I always felt the connection because he was like a guard. Now I played center in high school. I'm 6'1", okay. But I was big and I was strong, so they made me play center. But I always felt connected to Kobe because he was like a kid. He was young. He wasn't Kevin Garnett. Kevin Garnett was 7 foot tall when he went to the NBA. So to see someone like a guard size make it to the NBA out of high school, that led like an extra level of closeness. You know what I'm saying? Like I always had for Kobe. And I remember when I won the dunk contest, it was a big deal because I threw it up from behind the backboard and did a 360 and caught it and windmilled it.
Oh wow.
And I know that sounds crazy, but just Google me, you'll find some stuff.
No,
but
you have Boeings as we
yeah. It's big hop.
Yeah, big hop.
I hit my head on the rim. That's how I got this scar right here. Split my head on the rim. But the fact that I've been able to do that stuff, but watching Kobe through the process, it was kind of like a coming of age story watching him do it. And actually, it's a bad video. It's a video I did on my YouTube's when he died. I sold all my cards right when he died because I was starting my clothing company. Was athleticovereverything.com.
Athletic over everything. Everybody knows check it out. Yep.
But I remember my son was getting his. I don't know if I just went off topic, but my son was it was his birthday the day before because my son's birthday is the 27th. He died on the 26th. So I was going to pick up his cookie cake and we're in the car. I had a UD3 Kobe. I had just sold that Friday or what? I sold it a couple days before. It was a PSA 10. I sold it for $60. Right?
Yeah.
That next day, I'm sitting in the car waiting for the cookie store to open and my phone going off. eBay. Kobe Bryant. Like I sold a Flair Roll 1. Right? I'm like, oh, okay, cool. I sold it. It was $40, right? I'm like, yeah. Right behind it, another one because I had 20 of them. Right behind it. So I'm like, damn, wait a minute. Then another one hit. So I was like, something happened. I'm like, he must have got announced to the Hall of Fame. Like they must have said something about Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
I go and they say he was in a helicopter accident.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, oh shit. So I go to my eBay. I shut the eBay down. And I'm like, Kobe ain't dying. Like, no way in the world. This can't happen.
Kind of era. Yeah.
Then when I realized that did happen, people were like contacting me like, hey man, you still got the Kobe? Because I shut the thing down. How much you want for it? So I was like, $150. They're buying, right? So next thing you know, I sold every Kobe. I sold 30 I sold 30 Kobe Bryants in about 20 minutes, right? I'm sitting up there like, wow, Kobe gone, whatever. So I sold the cards, and then I saw that some of those cards like those Flair showcases were selling for $250, $300 before the end of the day was over.
Yeah, they were bumping.
I was looking like, I was like, you know what? I had these cards. I took that money and bought equipment to start my clothing company. So I was like, look, as much as I still have the raw Kobe cards from when I was a kid. I have those cards. I never did away with them. I still have those.
Mm-hmm.
So I sold the cards, but I did a YouTube video and I said, hey, I just sold these. I just made whatever money off these cards. Yeah. And people were like, you're going to regret that. Those cards are going to be worth. I said, listen, I've been holding these cards since 2010 and they ain't worth nothing. The reason why I started selling the cards, they started going down in price. Mm-hmm. Like I had bought the Topps Finest. I had like in 9s and I had it in 8.5s. I paid like 30 for them. They started going down like 25, 26. And I was like, I don't want to get left holding all these cards I had. So I said, you know what? I'm gonna start trying to sell them. So I had them both on. I had them for sale for $60 for both of them. I had two PSA 9s. Had them for $60. No one bought them. People was like offering me 50. I was like, nah, I ain't doing.
All this stuff was declining at that time. Yeah,
it was going down. So when this happens, that actually was a snowball to all the card market stuff because the Kobe's jump started it with the Jordan stuff. I had because the Jordan documentary came out. All that stuff happened around the same time. So I sold all the Kobe's. This video I put out, these people were like, you're going to regret it. I remember this one guy was like, I have his Topps Chrome and I can get $9,000 for it right now. I'm not selling it. I'm like, you crazy. I was like, these cards are never going to be, like I said, you can't justify this. These cards were $100, $120, $30, $20 2 days ago. This doesn't make any sense. I'm like, look, as much as I love Kobe, I have to sell. I'm going to sell it. The equipment I bought, I named it Kobe and GG. I bought a cutter and a big printer. I spent like $6,000 on this stuff, and I've been able to make X amount of dollars more selling my clothing. But it was one of those things where it was a hurt process. But I'm like, y'all are overpaying for this stuff. I'm gonna be able to go back in a couple of weeks and buy the stuff at a regular price, and I've made profit. The pandemic hit, the flares go up to 1,500. Mm-hmm. I'm like, damn. And then dude was like, that video didn't age well.
We always get hit with that. That
didn't age destroyed, well. Man. Yeah. I got destroyed, but I was just like, damn. And I was like, I had the X2000 card. I had that card. I sold that card for like $30.
That's a great card.
What really hurt? It was two cards that hurt, and I just found out. I was like, that Topps Chrome. I had now. Allen Iverson is a card I collect, so. This whole glass case is all Allen Iverson rookies.
Yeah, and we got a question about starting lineups. I know you got
all the starting lineups. Even his rookie starting lineup with the rookie card that's in it. I have that. So I have all of Allen Iverson stuff. So I had a bunch of PSA 10 Iverson stuff. I had a Chrome Topps 50 card. No, I've never seen anybody else with the card. It's a Chrome. It looks like the Topps Chrome, but it's not. It's Chrome, but it has NBA Top 50 on it, PSA 10. Never seen that card. I sold all these cards before all this stuff happened. I sold it for I thought I sold it for $300. I said, let me how much I sell that card for. I go and find. Guess who bought the card for me?
Who was that?
Josh Luber. Bought the card for me for $100. I sold the Deion Sanders PSA 10 score for $90. I sold the Lawrence Taylor PSA 9, I sold that for $75. Oh
wow!
All these cards went to over $1,000 a piece.
Oh yeah, that Lawrence Taylor card, the 9 or 10, is phenomenal.
I have a couple of them raw. That's actually one of the ones I'm probably gonna get graded next. Like if I do decide to get some graded, I'm trying to figure out. I'm not trying to spend $20,000 getting cards graded. I think the grading has to go back down to $10 at some point. So but this is also like I got a bunch of these. Now this I messed up. I cracked it in high school. I had this one in a PSA 9, and I sold it for like $120. And these cards are going through the roof. And I didn't understand the grading on these cards. Yeah, you're grading the perforation. Yep, that's kind of like
that's your edge grade.
Yeah, so I have a bunch of them. I have two in the case here. But you were talking about other cards that we wanted. This is another card that I want to get this in a better grade though.
Oh, Green's rookie, yeah.
And this is a nice looking card, man. and also like the Ozzie Newsome rookies and stuff.
Oh yeah.
So like I have some, like when you said Grails, like so some of my stuff is gonna be I want to get the cards in a little better grade.
Mm-hmm. Well, now we got to check this comment out, right? Ja went off 52 tonight.
Cool.
Yeah, I know people are saying he needs a jump shot because I got another comment here. He needs a jump shot. So when I make statements like that, right, I'm thinking long term. There are players who have come in the league who score, who don't have a jump shot, and sometimes it takes a toll on them. It takes a toll on them physically. I think Ja could play longer if he positions himself to take jump shots instead of driving to the basket as much. That's the only thing I'm saying about that. Can Ja score the basketball? That is not a question.
Never been Ja's in a great position because he has something that very few guys like him had. He has a better Eric Snow with him. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I know you're talking about.
Bane. Bane is a better Eric Snow. A much better Eric Snow.
Yeah.
I believe that's going to help him long term. I also believe that Ja, the way he plays, is going to suppress Bane's output enough to where he's not going to have to pay crazy amounts of money. Like his next contract won't be nothing crazy, so they'll be able to keep them together. They actually may be able to keep that whole core together. You got Dylan. Actually, Dylan Brooks is a really good player, and they had his autograph cards on Panini for like 50 points. And I was contemplating, man, should I get him on? I had like 600 points there, and I didn't get him. And he started playing well, and I went back. They're all gone. But that young nucleus, Jaren Jackson, they have a rookie. Is there a rookie? It's another player they have. They got a lot of young talent, man.
They do. They have a lot of talent.
A lot of down if their temperaments are right. Like John Collins and Trey Young, I don't think they're not gonna make it. Like nobody, people hate when your guard dribbles the ball up the court, does a bunch of dribbles, then hoists a 30-foot jump shot. Ja don't do that. Ja's going to the hole. He's putting pressure on.
He's going to the hole with force.
Yeah.
He's not going in there to play around.
Yeah, that Trey Young, I would feel away if I'm asking for the ball, begging for the ball, Trey Young do something, then pull it from the half court and misses. Like that's gonna change how you feel about him. I think.
But some people say that Trey Young at this point in his career can catch Curry in all-time three-point shooting. I don't think so.
The reason why he can is because Steph had basically 3 years of not playing basketball.
Well, he had he had an ankle injury. He was out for at least 2.
Yeah, so his career didn't start off as great, so it kind of masked what he actually did in a sense. The thing is that type of player, like it was a chance that he could have busted, like Trey could have busted if they didn't give him the keys. Like if you look at the Jimmer Fredettes, the other guys who even Buddy Hield. Yeah. I thought they would have given Buddy Hield the keys like they gave it to Steph, because Buddy Hield was an amazing shooter of basketball.
Amazing shooter.
But they never gave him the keys. And it's hard to be a player like that and not have the keys to the car. That means everyone knows you're shooting the ball, and you have to have players around you who want you to shoot the ball.
That's right. And
that's why Iverson was able to do that stuff he was doing, because Eric Snow didn't want to shoot the basketball at all. You had young Lou Williams, who really Hughes. Yeah, Hughes.
Yeah, Larry Hughes from St. Louis. Yeah.
Yeah, Larry Hughes was a two-way player.
Yep.
Who didn't need the basketball as much. So you had Theo Ratliff, you had old Derrick.
And then at the end, he had a young Iguodala on that team.
But defensive stopper. Wasn't trying to shoot the basketball. So he had the perfect storm. And if you have some of these, then you had Carmelo. He had young Carmelo.
That's right.
When he wound up going to what's called. So
Denver. Yep.
You have to have a certain temperament, and I think Bane is the type of guy who wouldn't mind scoring 12, 13 points a game, guarding the best player, putting the muscle work in so he could run around and do whatever he wants.
Bane puts the muscle work in. I've never seen a guy with that build in the NBA that has touch on his shot like that.
I watched this. I was watching. They did an interview with him. He had his shirt off. He's a thick guy. Like he's muscular. Like he's really muscle bound. He's 6'6". I didn't know that.
I didn't know that.
He's sick because Ja's 6'3". And I was looking at his car. I got a bunch of his little cars because his car was ones that popped up. You'd be like, oh, I don't want this. Every time, like in the cars, him and Xavier Tillman, they keep popping up. You're like, oh, I don't want this dude. But then you come find out he's a good player.
True. Now, Greg Goskis says he loves the Salukis. I got a Larry Hughes story for you, Greg. So I'm in St. Louis, living in St. Louis at the time, and I go to this celebration. Cedric the Entertainer has a new TV show coming out that ended up flopping, and he had Biz Marquis as the DJ. Now this whole setup, right? This whole environment was phenomenal. Mm-hmm. So Biz is going song from song to song. He does not stop as a DJ. Yeah. Like he's blending in music for the next 2 hours, 2.5 hours. And so Larry Hughes is standing there, and I'm standing next to Larry Hughes talking to him, right? Very down-to-earth person. Mm-hmm. But Larry Hughes, in this whole party environment, had a single file line of about 18 to 20 women. Mm-hmm. Just lined up. Now, they organize themselves, right?
Yeah.
They line up. And while I'm standing next to them talking to them, and each one of them came up individually and introduced themselves to Larry Hughes. I've never seen anything like that.
Yeah, I seen a lot of that. I hung out in the club. Like I was in the clubs heavy when young Baron Davis, young J.R. Smith, even Chris Paul were down here in New Orleans. And I was a little hot boy. You know what I'm saying? I was out there in the streets, and no one knew I was a school teacher. I was a school teacher.
Okay.
So no one knew that. I used to have wear my little tight shirts, and I looked the part, so I looked like I played football or something. I had a little raggedy Mitsubishi Eclipse. I was all right as soon as I got, as long as we was in the club, I was good. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Let's see. I've been following Jason.
He said he's been following you for years and never knew that you were into cars like that. PSF.
That's crazy.
Thank you, Carver's Cars. Yeah, appreciate it. Yeah, go back to your story, though. Go back to your story.
Yeah, so I used to see these guys out all the time. And when you're around it, it's like, they would know I didn't have no money when I wasn't buying no drinks. You know what I'm saying? So, but the women would come up to you. Like, if you're around, it's like they would do anything to get near these people. But in that time in New Orleans, you had Lil Wayne, because there were certain clubs. New Orleans is a very small. This is also another thing about Zion, but New Orleans is a very small city. It's a circle.
It is,
right? You're you're 10 minutes away from everything in New Orleans. But the thing that makes New Orleans even worse is that the population of the young successful people are even smaller. So that means it's small already, but now it's like this. And if you're in that little circle, you see the same people over and over again. So I used to go out, see J.R. Smith. I used to see Baron Davis all the time. I used to see Jamal McGlory, little goofy ass. I see all these people, and you'll see how the women reacted. And when they couldn't get them, they'll come to you. You know what I'm saying? So the leftovers, so you'll see situations. Actually, I broke up with a girl over a Baron Davis situation. It was him and his homeboys, and the girl I was dating, her homegirl left with them at like 3, 4 in the morning. Then when she gets back, my girl calls. She's like, "Hey, I'm going out to a party." And I was like, "All right, that's fine." So I was like, "Who party you going to?" She's like, "Baron Davis." I got he invited my friend. I was like, "You ain't going." And she was like, "Why?" But I wasn't supposed to be out, so I wasn't supposed to see that her friend got in the car with them at 3 in the morning.
Yeah.
I'm like, he probably asked her, "You got any friends?" He's like, "Yeah, I got a friend." I'm like, "Nah, you ain't going." We broke up over that. You know what I'm saying? But it was just a weird time. And when you have it like that, that's how, like, when you see these guys get in trouble and you hear people hard on these athletes in terms of like, "Oh my God, why do they get in this kind of trouble?" I'm like, you're looking at the fact the most beautiful women on the planet are telling you, "Hey, I want you to come with me and my friend." The most beautiful woman you've ever seen in your life is offering you this stuff. And it's hard to say, "I can't," or "I'm not," or "I'm doing this, doing that." That's why you have to have a certain level of maturity. That's why, like they say, Zion doesn't go out in New Orleans. He doesn't date. He's not dating sisters like that either. So it's like he's on Instagram and doing little things. And it's like New Orleans might not be the city for him. Like New Orleans is a different type of place, man. So it's like him being there, I kind of thought that it was going to be an issue. Just the personality of the city. Yeah. Like, that's why they love J.R. Smith in New Orleans. They always going to love him. He was wild. You know what I'm saying? Hanging out with Birdman and Blood members, and
Mm-hmm.
he was having a ball. You know what I'm saying? But that was a different time in life, man, for sure.
Flea Market, I appreciate you being here. If you have left, yeah, please rewind. You can catch this conversation. I always appreciate your support and you being here. Loco said he traded a 4,000 John Morant at the car show this weekend. Is this the Atlanta car show, Loco? And
I'm hearing mixed results about that car show.
What are you hearing?
I'm hearing that they said people weren't trying to spend no money.
Interesting.
Now, I heard they said Flip and Steve made a whole bunch of money.
Okay.
But I follow these YouTube guys, and some of them I like more than others. But Flip and Steve seems like such a genuine guy. I really like him. Like he sounds like he's just like, man, when I go to Atlanta, he sounds like he was about to get free. He was about to be free. When I get to Atlanta, he just was talking about Atlanta so much. Yeah. Yeah. And he was like, I want my case. I want to have my case ready. And when I get to Atlanta, because I'm a manager at a casino, I'm a manager, you know, my career, you know, blah, blah, blah. But when I get to Atlanta, I don't know how many days will be there because my career, bro, you know, he said the same stuff, but he's so damn genuine. So when I listen to him, I could feel it. Like he knows his shit. Like when he talks about, part of my French, but when he talks about his card, you know he knows they're talking about when he talks about these actor cards and all this stuff. That to me is that makes me watch him. You know what I'm saying? But they said he had people were coming up to him. They said the curator and his boy, they weren't selling anything. He said everybody went to Steve. But the part of that is that the great curator went on, it was like, I'm a juice him. He said some suspect. It was like he was talking about robbing him. Like whatever he called. No, he said I'm a tenderize him.
Tenderize him. Okay.
So you telling people you out here tenderizing people, and then you wonder why people are like, nah, bro. Like I'm not, because he basically is the cause for a lot of people doing that PMG stuff. So people are accusing him of pumping and dumping.
People are accusing him on PMGs, huh?
Yeah, but I don't think that's the case. I think he got into it and he was able to get other people to jump along. But for people you would have to be crazy. Like I'm watching some of these trades. There's one thing to go into a new market, but it's another to go into a market that's been there and no one was watching it. And now these prices are crazy. You're trading
you're speaking about Marvel cards.
Yeah. Like this stuff's been there. I had the first run of Marvel cards. You know, I was buying those packs and they weren't nothing. They were not worth nothing now. But people are trading Jordan PSA 7s for these Marvel cards that were worth nothing not too long ago. Like that don't even sound right. That's worse than the Jeff Wilson trade. That Jeff Wilson trade was bad. Like that was an all-time bad trade. But watching these dudes, like I value this Jordan at 7,000, and this dude's like, this Punisher is worth 7,500. You give me the Jordan at 500, and I'll give you this card. And it's like, okay, it sounds about right. Man, y'all crazy, man.
Well, the question I have, like Adam Spitzman says, J Mike is on spot on. I was set up with my cousin, a lot of window shopping and people trying to sell, trade, but not buy. But how does it, if people are thinking that is the sentiment, right? Or some people are witnessing this, how does a show change something like that? If you, J Mike, if you and I put up a show and we ran a show, how do we, you don't know who's going to come to your show and what they're interested in and if they're buying or not. Like, what can you do about that? It's very difficult.
I think what I honestly think, I think these guys, young brother tried Prism God is his name.
Okay.
To do something this ambitious is kind of crazy, right? So the last thing I would want to be wrong about, like saying like, hey, people aren't spending money at this show, or the environment is bad. People saying that the music was too loud. It's like a lot of cultural type things. And it was a cultural collision show. It was a massive show. So I think I want to be careful how I say this, but I think certain people were expecting people to be stupid. You know what I'm saying? Like, no, people aren't gonna like people aren't just throwing money at things anymore. People are finally, you're hearing more people talk more about like, why is this worth that much?
Mm-hmm.
What has Wander Franco done to make this car worth this much?
Or Jason Dominguez or a few other people you can name.
You know what I'm saying? And actually, come find out, I had some Wander Francos from the Topps 2020 first round. I didn't even know I had them, but I had them sleeved. But
there you go.
but it's just one of those things where you're just looking at it, it's like people. I think the population report, people getting on their phones and all that stuff and determining values and stuff, but it's all artificial in a sense. And I think if you get on YouTube and you're telling people like I'm doing this, I'm doing that, you're showing your hand. You know what I'm saying? So I think some of it, people going to shows and they show their hand. I wonder how bad that Marvel market is really going to hit. I think it's going to be bad. I think for people who spent, well, they're saying that someone bought $1 million, paid $1 million for one of those PMGs. What happens when they saying that when that car flops? You know what I'm saying? Like people are spending $8,000-9,000 on some of these cars, and it's like you were able to buy these cars for $10 a couple of years ago. Like $10, that's different. Like a raw, because they weren't grading them. You could have went to a show. I remember there was a binder, an entire binder filled with these things, and I'm just looking at it, okay, that's cool. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't see how it goes from that to $10,000. That just doesn't make sense to me.
Well, Loco is giving his perspective. He said the show is mostly sports cars, not a lot of interest in Marvel. I just want to say this, right? I think it's very cool that Prism God put on a show that he wanted to put on, and it was everything I've heard about it. It's been a great show. You know,
Yeah.
I hate that I couldn't be there, but I like to see people aspire to. They have a dream that they want to accomplish. And he wants to put on shows, and he's going about it in a way that is, he's trying to put on the best show that he can, and I admire that in him. I like the fact that he's doing that he's realizing his dream and trying to put it out there. So, and you know, I'm just reading off here some of the comments that are in here, but I just admire someone who's trying to do something. So, I appreciate that in him.
But you know, I was telling the guy who started the sport car company that you know where my rookie card is going to be.
We got to talk about your rookie card, but go ahead.
All right, so that guy, I did a couple years ago. I did some magazine covers, like because you know I have sublimation machines, I have all that stuff for my business, and I was like, you know, it would be cool to make it to where anybody can have their own, right? So say for instance, you say, hey, I want to be on the Sports Illustrated cover. And I'm sitting up there like, well, look, you tell me what you want, and I'll put you on the cover, and you can put it on the shirt, you can put it on a puzzle, you can do all this stuff. And what I found is that a lot of people don't want that. A lot of people want stuff because you have it on, or because you do it, because they admire you. Like they don't want their own. They don't want the shirt that I had on when I benched 650. They don't want a variation of that. They want the one I had on for good luck. That's right. I didn't understand this because I'm such an individual. You know, I'm like, I'm gonna start because the name of my clothing company is Athletic Over Everything Custom Apparel, and the idea was like, hey, you could buy my design, but you could put your name on the back, or you could do little things that people was like,
kind of personalize it, right?
They don't want that, and so I was like, damn, I'm doing all this extra stuff, and people don't want it. But the guy who started the car company, he actually did it. I said, man, I should make cards. I collect cards. I should make them. I was like, I ain't gonna do that. This guy is a military guy. He actually did it and started a company. And then out of nowhere, Beckett is contacting him to do interviews. They want to know more about the product. So it's one of those things where it's like he had a dream and did it. Like I'm one of those people, I do a lot of stuff. Like I'm all over the place. And I have so many ideas. Sometimes it's hard for me to get all of them out. But when I get them out and see it through, it always works. So it's one of those things where when you see someone get involved, now the guy who's doing the card thing, we can get into that later, but when the guy did the thing with the cards, he said, you know what, Jason, you know, I'm a fan of strength, and I had an idea, and I just did it. And he's younger than me, and me hearing that, he didn't know how much it meant to me that he made a card for me. that I was one of the people who is one of the strongest people ever, and they did a card for me. There are people who turned the opportunity down or didn't see the value in it or wanted to get, whatever about, whatever from it. I looked at it as that was the crescendo for me. That was like that solidified my year. Not my career, my year, 2021. I wanted with a card. I wasn't getting the respect I needed and felt I deserved, but who got the card? Who got a rookie card? I did.
Yeah.
So he doesn't understand how much that meant to me, because at the time I don't think he understood how much of a collector I am. Because I think when people say, "Oh, I collect cards," nah, I collect.
So the first time we talked, within 2 or 3 minutes, I knew that what kind of collector you are by what you were saying to me.
Yeah.
And how you were taking me back in time, because we're roughly the same age.
Yeah.
Some of the stuff you were talking about, like J. Mike's serious business. Yeah.
But they don't know that. So people, like, if you tell someone like, "Yo, I'm into something," they're like, "Yeah, okay, yeah."
Yep, they do.
Like, nah, bro, no, like, this is what I do. And then when they see it, they're like, "Oh, you crazy," But I do everything extra. Like, I have a 1972 Cutlass Supreme that's pimped out.
What color is it?
White and blue.
Okay.
White. But I haven't driven it in a couple years because the people who redid it, they wrecked it and then lied about it. And then we had a big storm and lost my Jeep, so I wound up buying another little car. Then my kid got sick, so it was a bunch of little stuff. So the car got a brand new engine in it, completely. I have all the parts and everything. I just haven't put it back together and messed with it because I kind of started messing with these cars and just haven't got back to the car. But I'm gonna get back to that too, though. But it's just interesting how all this stuff comes full circle. You know what I'm saying? Like, I got back in 2010. I stopped in 2000. I stopped actually in 2011. I stopped buying. I just had cards.
Mm-hmm.
And if
we all take breaks though. Everybody's taking a break.
If I would have done what I originally planned to do, because at the time, grading cards wasn't a real big deal. Mm-hmm. But I started getting 10s, and I talked to this guy, and I'll never forget this. I was talking to this guy, and I said, "Yeah, I got this PSA 7 and this PSA 8," and he was like, "I'm not into that low level. That's like the low level collecting." He said, "I collect PSA 10s," and I was like, I was offended. I was like, "I could buy the 10." He said, "Well, if you can buy the 10," he said, "buy the 10." He says, "They're levels of collectors." He said, "Listen, there's nothing wrong." He said, "There's PSA 5 collectors, they're PSA 6 collectors, PSA 7 collectors, PSA 8, so forth and so on." But he says, when you deal with a true collection, and because all of his cards were in dust bags, like, dude had some nice ass cards, right? And I'm like, bro, you can't even see the card. Like, what's the point in having this? This might as well be a Jack Daniels bag.
Yeah.
So he was pulling out these Babe Ruth cards and stuff. Dude had like multi-million-dollar collection. And he was like, but these weren't PSA 10s, but we were just talking about in terms of how he chooses to collect. So he was like, the Score 1989 set, he was doing it in PSA 10. Mm-hmm. And I remember at the time, I was like, I can't afford. Even then, I couldn't afford it. But I was like, shit, I could probably do the 9. So I started buying all of those top rookies in PSA 9s.
Yeah.
So I said, I get it now. So when you go through my collection, you're gonna see a lot of 9s. But I have like, Peter Forsberg PSA 10s. I had like little A-Rod's tri.
I remember that card. Yeah, I remember that with Chris Webb in the middle.
Oh yeah. I bought so much of this stuff with my own money.
I did too.
I remember this distinctly. But these are the types. So I started picking up certain people like Charles Hines Ward cards, PSA 10. So I could afford a 10. I bought the 10. But back in the day, it was like if a 10 was double the price of a 9. Mm-hmm. That was it. Now it's like 10 times. It's a crazy amount different. Yep. So I just learned, and I just started collecting the cards, but having that conversation with the level of your collection, they determine it by the grade. And I took that in consideration, but at the time I used to take all my 10s and I put them in a box, and I never used to mess with them. They were away. And one day I said, "What I got in this box?" And I went and it was just like a gold mine down there. And I was like, shit, let me sell this before the price go down. But if I would have just left them like I had it originally, I would have probably made it. I could have probably made a cool $250,000 right quick, and it wouldn't have been hard to do, you know.
You know, I always tell people if you have certain cars and if you grade them, if you have them in certain grades, or if you choose not to, they're in certain conditions that you can look at them. Over time, there's a benefit there.
Yeah.
There's a benefit there that sometimes I think some collectors may not be patient enough for, but there's a true benefit there that if you put that away, maybe you sell some things, flip some things, and some things you just keep for yourself, you'll see the true benefit of it. At least that's my right now.
But you know the thing that kind of with the grading and not grading, I don't remember the upsell thing. Like, so say for instance, if I got a car graded, it costs $10 a car to get graded. Well, now they're saying, oh, well, that car now is a PSA 10, so now it's worth X amount, so you got to give us $300 to get your car back. I was like, what?
Oh yeah, PSA started that. At one point, it wasn't like that, but they started. Yeah. I think they wanted a cut of the potential second market value of the car.
I think that's what all these everybody mess up when they try to eat into that secondary market. Once they do that, that's when it's time to get out. I think
not that long ago, what 2.5 years ago, you could take a car, get it graded for a flat rate, and sell that car for an astronomical amount. So
yeah, they're not playing no games with that now, though. But I also think the another weird situation is with like the price of these grading companies, right? So people who bought HGA,
yeah,
they got to be kicking themselves, right? But I think if they're able to get the grading back to $10, I think $10 is the number, right? So that I think you have to be able to grab. I think you have to be able to grade your base cards. You have to be able to. So there, I was in a weird situation. I'll get into this a little bit, but I was in this weird situation where I was able to get a collection, massive collection, with a lot of cars, lots of junk wax. And I was talking to the guy. We settled on how much I would get based on, what they sell for and me breaking the cars down and whatnot. Now, I had cases of 88. I had a lot of cases of cards. Like, I probably broke I probably broke 2 cases of Bowman, 89 Bowman, and that's actually that Griffey 89 Bowman is a huge play. People sleep on that card.
They do.
So why do you think
that's because the card is so condition sensitive? The edges you can mess that card up real quick. So if you find that card in a PSA 10, I mean that's just rare.
So look at my mind, right? I had 4 cases of the boxes, right? Then I had another 2 cases of rack packs. Then I had another case of the jumbo box. So I'm sitting up there like, the guy was like, well, what should we do with it? I'm like, I'm opening all this. He was like, well, you don't think we can get more by selling it by box? I was like, no. I said the boxes, because I said if we're able to pull out these 10s, they could sell for $100 a piece at the time, right? So then I started thinking they had Gary Sheffield in there, they had Tom Glavine, they had John Smoltz, they had Barry Bonds, they had some cards in there. I was like, well, shit, we can get these, and they grade. I said it's $10, pay $10 to get it graded. They sell for $50. So I'm like, I got so many cards that we'll be able to pull a good little thing from.
Yeah.
So I opened the first box, pull 1 Griffey. I'm like, damn. I'm like, okay. Next box, 2 Griffies. Like, okay. 3rd box, no Griffies. So I'm like, what? So 4th box, 1 Griffey. Basically, we averaged out right around 1 Griffey per box. I open up 89 Fleer. As you can see, I have thousands of the Griffies. They were more plentiful.
Yeah.
I have a bunch of the upper deck. I got a couple of upper decks. Get a couple like 2 to 3 Griffies per box. Then I go back. I wound up pulling out of all that stuff I just told you, 4 cases, 2 cello pack boxes. I pulled 20 Griffies. Okay. Out of all that, my fingers were bleeding, right? Then I said, well, let me look at the cards. Cars off centered. They all have a Macarena to them.
Oh yeah.
The car's too big, so you really can't really, sleeve them unless you got the tall sleeves, and then the paper putting them into the sleeves, messing up the card. I'm like, this car should be worth way more money. Off of what I saw alone, that is a long term. That is something that I'm really about to focus into, is buying those 89 Bowman Griffies. Either that or continue, because what I found recently, like I said, I've been selling a lot of the Tom Glavine cards for $2. The John Smoltz rookies for $2. I have a bunch of Bernie Williams rookie cards, like from Topps 1990 Topps. People paying $250 for them. So what I'm noticing is that some of these cards, they're cheap, $2. But I'm selling 20 of them a day at $2. So I'm like, okay, now I'm bump up my price a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Get it up a little bit higher. But I'm just noticing that these cars are someone's thinking about it. But the Griffies, you can sell those Griffies raw for $25, $30 if it looks nice. You know what I'm saying? If it's, if someone else thinks they can grade it. But I'm sitting up there looking at these cars. I'm like, because I have a 7. I have a Griffey 7. And I'm like, how did this car get a 7? And then you just start looking at the car and it's so off-center. And I'm like, oh, okay, that's why it's got a 7. So I'm like, if I would have sent these in, I would have lost my ass, because I was thinking that they were going to be 10s, but they weren't. The card, the card did well. The Griffey, the 89 Griffey, Ken Griffey Senior's card, because they have both of them on the card. That card is plentiful. I got a couple hundred of that card. That card now has been selling for me for about $3 a card on eBay. So I'm finding the pocket. So I had all these cards, but they're kind of junky. But the 88 Fleer Bo Jackson is a really attractive card.
It is.
Selling that for a couple of dollars. The Barry Bonds from those years are attractive cards. The who else? Edgar Martinez's rookie card is in there. I got a couple hundred of those cards as well. So I'm just trying to position myself, because I haven't even started making videos yet. Like, I like I said, I wanted to have my sets together before I started putting my twist on it, because my twist is a little bit different. I'm not a bougie collector in a sense. Like I started to understand collecting from a different mindset when I first got back in 20, because I would go to Walmart. I got a funny story. So I go to Walmart and I wasn't catching the vendor, and I wasn't getting anything. Okay. So this one guy I was kind of working with a little bit. Hey man, I'm hearing they got a release here or whatever. So I'll go down to the little place or whatever. So the guy goes, I didn't tell him, I didn't call him. I go into a Walmart and they had playoff football. They had playbook, NFL playbook. The distributor just got there, unwrapped it, the whole thing. It had the hangers, had the megas, all these boxes. I was like, holy man, I hit the jackpot. So I don't call my guy. I go to my phone. I left my phone in the car. I go to the phone. I look at it, scan it. They said the last sold was $32 for the hanger box. They had 4 boxes of them. So I'm like, I'm about to hit. I buy everything, right? I spent like $1,200 out of pocket. That's how much playoff it was. I get in the car like, bro, you'll never believe what just happened. He was like, what? He said, you hit? I said, bro, I hit the mother load. Because the day before, I watched someone break the hobby box. It was like $800 hobby box. Okay. I said, bro, I hit playbook. He said, playbook. He said, we leave that. I was like, what you mean? He said, we leave that. I was like, y'all tripping. This stuff selling on eBay for such and such. He said, go back and hit most recent.
You see the price change? The price
changed. It was $17, right? And I was like 2 days before that. So he said when it first come out, everything hot. He said, if you buy it that first day, you're not gonna sell it. So I'm sitting up there like, I got all this playbook. So I'm sitting up there like, golly, I was like, let me at least try to sell it. So next thing you know, people were selling it for like price. So that means I was gonna lose with the feature, the sales and all this. So let me open up some of this stuff. I didn't get not one Josh Herbert. I didn't get no Burrows. I didn't get no autographs. I didn't get nothing. It was just mountains of junk at this point. I opened up like 10 hangers, nothing, no autos, nothing. I got 150 Panini points. I'm pissed. I'm like, this is terrible. Like, I was like, I'm not collecting this stuff no more, whatever. So I wound up opening everything because I couldn't sell it. So I open up everything. I get a couple of Herberts, I get a couple of Burrows, but you're talking $20, $30. I probably had $100 worth of cards out of $1,300, $1,400 worth of cards. So before this had happened, I said Sage football. So that was started being around. So I've been buying up that stuff. I got so much Jonathan Taylor. I got this, that. I probably bought 20 blasters of that stuff.
Okay.
I tell them like, yeah, I got this stuff. There's like nobody buys that stuff. I'm like, what do people buy then? They're like, man, you buy a Prism. And the one dude told me, he said, listen, if you want to be safe, only buy Prism and buy Mosaic. He said, if you just want to be safe, just buy those two products and you're okay. You don't have to buy National Treasures. You don't have to buy none of that stuff.
No flawless.
Just those two and you're okay. And I'm like, nah, if I go to the store and they got some cards, I'm buying some cards. So I kind of wound up buying a bunch of stuff that when I look at it now, it's not worth it. Like I bought a lot of illusions. I personally like the illusion cards. So, but it only happens a couple times for the Super Bowl. I have a bunch of the Joe Burrows from 20.
Okay.
I was like, I'm gonna buy these up. I think he's gonna win the Super Bowl. So I started buying up all the Burrows that I saw. And as I'm buying the Burrows, I didn't pay attention. They were 2021. And I was paying $5, $6 a piece for them. So then when I finally get them, I'm like, yeah, I got the Super Bowl's about to start. I'm getting ready to sell my cards. I'm like, wait a minute, these look different.
Different year, right?
Same looking card, different year. And I go back, I said, they misprinted them. I said, no, each one of them put 2021 on them. So I overpaid. Like I paid rookie card prices for 2021s. That happened to have those for Super Bowl. So I was so like thinking that I was doing something. I was like, you know what? You gotta slow down. Like that flux. I ain't buying none of that stuff. Those cards look nasty to me. Like I look at them.
I've seen them in person. They don't look to me like the price that they sell for. Like they look like they're printed on a lower quality stock, whatever material that they have. It doesn't look like other cards that you see selling at the same dollar amount.
I stayed away from it.
I was like, arrangement, everything. It's just
it was too much. I was like, I couldn't afford because that stuff's still available on Target. Like you can still buy the complete sets. Like I have 4 of the Dawn Rush football complete sets. Because the Target thing, I started finding out they had communities where they'll wait up online in the mornings and get cards. So I started doing that. So that's how I've been picking on my little optic Mosaic basketball.
We know what's cool about is that you're sharing your story of how you're learning throughout this entire process. And a lot of people went down the same road, learned. I mean, I can tell stories like about some 88, 89, 90 stuff. Like 90 Upper Deck, right? It's probably one of the most overprinted sets known to baseball. But when that was coming out and Gary Sheffield was in there, I was like, man, I'm loving this stuff. But then years later, you look back and you're like, yeah, I purchased too much of that.
Actually, I was just looking at it. The David Justice was that card.
That's right.
I was just I found the and this is like this one set. And look, probably one out of these is probably
that top grade, right?
Yeah, but I have a lot to pick from. You know what I'm saying? But it's just funny how this stuff works, man. It's like when you start getting into it, you're gonna make mistakes. But like those years, like that 90 Upper Deck was the David Justice year. It was David Justice, Kevin Moss, John Olerud was a big card.
Yep, that year. Was a big card.
But that 91 was a big year because of the Jordan card.
Yeah,
and also
going to baseball, you mean?
The baseball card.
Baseball?
The baseball card.
Yep.
But then you also had that same year You had Pedro Martinez was in that extended set. You also had it was another one, 91. God damn it. I knew that set because I spent all my money with that. That's the junk cards that I really was buying heavy. It was the Jordan. Oh, it was the Bo Jackson with the White Sox.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Card 744, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
I just remember those times, you know, trying to get those Hank Aaron cards. Was the Hank Aaron cards in that or the Nolan Ryan? You know, the series they did with the cards in there, they had Nolan Ryan one year.
Well, like the flashback you talking about, or what was it?
It was an upper deck card. They had like 6, 7 cards, and it was like a special card. Some of them were autographed.
Okay.
The Nolan Ryan was
okay. I know what you're talking about.
Like I actually got this is actually a funny story. Actually, a very important story because I'm almost breaking stuff. But this particular.
Willie Mays ball?
You know what this is?
It's Willie Mays.
Okay.
Yeah.
I have a bunch of balls too, right?
Okay.
So this ball got me into so much trouble. So this is this ball is from like I almost lost my entire eBay account over this ball. So hold on.
It looks like a ball signed in the 90s, early 2000s.
So in this collection I had, it had a bunch of it had some of everything in it, right? And I don't sell autographs like that. Like, you know, that's not something that I actually had a lot of. But what's that? I can't even open the damn case. I need to open it. But so pretty much I had the balls on there. I had Sandy Koufax, I had Duke Snyder, I had all these balls. And this one in particular, this is B&J or L&J certified baseballs. The ball is certified as well as the card.
Okay.
Now, I sold the ball for $300. And the guy bought it. And I get like a month later, dude hit me up and says, "Hey man, I tried this ball isn't authentic." I'm like, "What you mean?" He said, "I tried to get this authenticated by PSA." I said, "Well, I didn't sell you a PSA authenticated ball. I sold you one that's B&J, whoever the collectible company is. They have a sticker and it matches the certificate on the thing." So the guy was like, "Well, they sent me a letter. They said they can't authenticate it, right?" So I'm sitting up there like, I said, "I don't want no trouble. I'm sending your money back, you know, whatever."
Mm-hmm.
So I'm sitting up there looking. I'm like, "This shit, it look legit." I'm like, I don't see like how is this a fake? Like they got the certificate, the ball matches the certificate, you know, all that. So then I started doing research on B&J collectibles.
Okay.
Back in the early 80s, these were the largest vendors of autograph memorabilia in the Midwest, all over the United States. They were huge. So what they would do is they had who's the Yankee Clipper?
Joe DiMaggio?
They had Joe DiMaggio.
Mm-hmm.
So I had Joe DiMaggio's autograph too. So what they would do is they would pay Joe DiMaggio to sign 50 balls.
And then they will forge those balls.
They'll forge some of those balls and mix them in.
Common play in that time.
So some were good, some were bad.
Mm-hmm.
Now, mind you, I know nothing about this stuff, right? So I'm trying to tell the dude, like, "Listen, bro, I didn't sell you a PSA. I said it's verified by this company. I don't have nothing to do with what you're doing with PSA." So he was like trying to get me to pay for his shipping fees and him rush order. I said, "Bro, I'm not about to do all that." So I get the ball back, and they basically, PSA didn't certify the ball because of where it came from. So if you would have, based on the ball itself, they weren't going to certify the ball. And I didn't understand. So it's not that this isn't a legit autograph. Mm-hmm. It's the fact that the ball is it's a certified ball through that company. B&J, I don't know if you.
Yeah, they probably just did a clean sweep. Anything from them when I touch it.
Yeah, so I'm thinking like, first, man, I got this. This is bad on my business. Like I'm selling other cards. This might affect me and all this stuff. So then I started doing research on the company. And the company, they went to jail. Like this was like a multi-million dollar scandal in the 80s.
Mm-hmm.
So the cards and stuff that I had acquired, a lot of the autographs were from the 80s all up to 91. So got Frank Thomas's autographs on stuff. But this particular company, they were mixing in Joe DiMaggio, Willie Mays, and they had a mixture of the stuff. So some of it was fake, some of it was good. Mm-hmm. And I was just like, that was a crazy situation to be put in because I'm trying to sell this stuff. And at the same time, you know, at the time I was doing like $13,000 a month on eBay. Like I had like a little run, you know, so I was doing all right. So I'm like, man, I can't have this happen over no autograph. So I was like, I ain't selling none of that stuff no more on the autograph stuff. But it was just funny that actually happened, and it happened with the damn Willie Mays.
Well, you know, when I was coming through, right, I went to get my first autograph late 80s. This is why I wanted to start getting autographs in person at shows, because then you would know, because there were the company you're talking about and a few others who did some of the stuff where they would have you and I come in as athletes, sign, and then have a forger come in. B&J. And then and they give you a number too, and then forge off that signature. Yeah. Yep.
So I'm like, I didn't try to run nothing on the dude. I'm like, bro, I didn't do nothing. Like, I wasn't trying to do nothing funny to you. He was like, man, I paid all this money to get it certified. I said, bro, I sold you a B&J certification, bro. I didn't sell you nothing about no PSA. If it was PSA, I'd charge you $500 for it. You know what I'm saying?
And Anthony has a good point here. I think this is why a lot of people go to the autos on cards, because it's from a company. It's from Panini, or it's from a company on the card. And kind of you can see in the marketplace, even when you go to the National, a lot of people have moved away from memorabilia being so much autograph, unless they got it signed in person.
Unless you get a Lulu.
Yep.
You get a Lulu, you don't know who signed it. Mom might have signed it. You know what I mean?
That's right. Lulu, you do not know, right?
Yeah, that's a weird situation. But I'm not a big autograph guy, you know what I'm saying? So that's like I have a couple of Conseco. I have a bunch of Nolan Ryan autographs. I probably have about 20 Nolan Ryan autographs around here. I got a Nolan Ryan book that's like full book. They're numbered with the autograph on each of the books, and then I have a Nolan Ryan plate.
Yeah,
that's autograph.
Plates were popular.
Yeah. Of course, I dropped it and broke it, so I had to super glue it back together. But it's like weird. Like you could tell, like the autograph stuff I have. I have a bunch of Mickey Mantle. Actually, I sold the Mickey Mantle. I had a Mickey Mantle. I sold it because the autograph was faint, and I wound up getting like $350 for it, but
it's about a $400 ball on average, unless he put a special inscription.
It wasn't nothing crazy, but it was just the fact it was Mickey Mantle. You know what I'm saying? Like the only thing I've ever felt like that was I was holding a Jim Brown autograph ball, and I felt the power in the ball. Like it was, I can't even describe it. Like I felt something like holding it. I was just like, wow, what the? I was like, Jim, like he held the ball. You know what I'm saying? And I felt it. It was weird. It was like I've never had that feeling over anything ever in life. That was the only time I've ever felt something where it felt like I had a. It was weird, man. It was weird. It was like I was holding
Jim Brown will bring it to you.
Yeah, I had OJ's knife. It was like, yeah. It was weird, man.
Jim Brown will bring it to you.
Yeah, that was
Arnold Sports Festival. Vlad Jr., Tatis, Eloy, and Acuna.
Who's Eloy?
Players. Those are good players. But I don't want to leave here, J. Mike, without you talking about your rookie card.
Okay.
And walking us through your preparation for the Arnold, and what competitions you're going to be in, and kind of how you prepare yourself.
Okay. Well, I was put in a position where I was able to be included in the strongest ever trading card exclusive for the Arnold. So this will be the only place you'll be able to get this card is at the Arnold. I'm actually trying to get some of the cards if possible. It's a heck of a card. I was almost in tears yesterday, man, when I got this out the mail. You know what I'm saying? Like for someone like me who's played a bunch of different sports, and I had opportunities to work out for NFL teams and stuff like that, but I didn't play football. You know what I'm saying? I was just a great athlete, and people were like wanting to see if I could do it. You know, I've played basketball. I've done a bunch of things, and the fact that I've never seen anything through to get to that level where I was considered a professional, to actually have my first card was overwhelming. You know what I'm saying? And the other good thing about these cards is that they will be recognized by Beckett, so you can get them graded.
That's right.
Which is something I didn't even think about past getting a card. You know, I was like, oh, I get a card, you know. But when you think about the fact that, you know, this is also the rarest card that they've ever created because they never had a rookie card designation on any of them. And they also included my company's brand on it.
Oh,
so I was able to get my
nice.
logo
very nice
on the card. And I'm actually now, I am a senior consultant with the company.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, my know-how in the hobby or whatnot, you know, we're going to make some improvements upon the card. Like I said, the guy had a great idea, but wasn't necessarily a card guy. So the fact that I'm going to be on, so like when you get them, they come in packs. The packs are boxes.
Okay.
Right? You know, so going forward, we're going to make some changes, you know, for the collector side of it. You know what I'm saying? So I was, you know, now they don't come with a pack. Like, so you don't get to open anything up. And I was like trying to just explain, like, that's a big part of
huge part
collecting is the rip. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
With this, it's not so much a rip. But the cards are cool. We're working on like the next iterations are going to be much better. But this is like I said, so sometimes, you know, as a collector, you know, that was something crazy because they didn't even know I collected cards. You know what I'm saying? Or to the magnitude in which I collect. So to be able to be like, hey, this is what we need, or hey, you use a sleeve, use a clear sleeve so you can see the back of the card, or you sign cards on the front, not the back of the card. Like little small things like that. So I was able to add value because of me being a collector for all these years. So the fact that I was able to get back into it, it just kind of correlated into all this stuff. Now, one of the things that's cool about it is that each of the cards they're different. They have Olympic lifters, they have power lifters, they have strongmen. These date back all the way to the 70s. Actually, prior to the 20s. You know, they have different levels of strength. And over here, each of the guys have their own scores.
Oh, okay.
Now, the one thing I'm not cool, my score is kind of low.
Okay.
Now my score is everything is relative strength. So if you're viewing this based on the strongest people to ever walk the earth, I'm an 82, which I'm like, man, I'm J-Mike. Yeah. But he has a system that's been worked on by collegiate studies, professional studies who come up with strength and how they evaluate it. So even the fact that I'm a part of it is like, that's my score. So that was my score for 2021. That was last year. Okay. So I have a chance to get a better score going down the road. So if I get back into it and start, you know, competing again hard, because I haven't been training, like, you know, I've just been chilling and I'm still one of the best in the world. But if I really, you know, start, you know, training again, you know, really putting forth some effort, you know, I want to get my score up to a 90. You know, now I don't think that'll ever happen due to, you know, the fact that I'm you know, drug free and I'm old. That it's like a level of which I think I could hit. Now, I finished number 9 in the world last year on bench press, and like I was the smallest person on the list. I was the oldest person on the list, and I was the only person that was drug free on the list. So I could, if I would have did another competition, I think I could have finished in the top 5. So that's kind of what's going to be my goal going for the next half of the year. But you know, this company, I mean, the cards are super clean.
They look good.
They're crisp, they're legit, you know what I'm saying? So the thing is just working on the presentation. I think for the most part, I think the packs are going to be $7 a pack. And just trying to get, because I was trying to just explain how we value packs, you know what I'm saying, in terms of like a premium pack, a high-end pack, what you get out the pack, things of that nature. And I think that the way he went about with my card in particular, because I'm the only one with the rookie card, but he used a different emboss the rookie logo, and just telling them the importance of the rookie logo, because I'm the only one that ever had a rookie logo. So going forward, no matter what happens, you get Brian Shaw, you get the world's strongest man. He might get a card, but he won't have the first rookie card ever by this company.
Yes, sir.
And this company is already being recognized by PS. I don't know about PSA, but I know Beckett for sure. And that being the case, it's going to be the lowest printed card that they ever had. So I'm like, all right, I'll take the low score with the lowest printed card ever, because it should be the most valuable going down the road. But it's just like a great situation. Now
it is a great situation.
Going into the competition, I was favored to win. I'm doing 2 competitions, by the way, and that probably backfired on me. They released how much money that we're competing for. It's a $54,000 pot that they're competing for this weekend. Now, where I made a mistake is thinking that they were going to put money into the bench press, and they didn't. They actually took away money from the last time I won it.
Okay.
I won it in 2000. I think the last one they did was 19. I won that. It was like $2,000. Now it's $1,000. But they added money, but they put it into the full competition. And the full competition is favored by the smaller lifter, because they use a weird percentage point. So even if you have the biggest total that's ever done, a little guy doesn't have to do that to beat you. So
it's like a metric based upon body weight and total.
Yeah, they used to have something called Wilks. A Wilks score was like they'll take your body weight by your total, and that favored the bigger lifters. So over the years, the little lifters used to complain, but then they changed it to IPF points, and it favors just these little guys. So my thing was like, listen, if you're going to do that, that means you basically no longer have bigger lifters who are going to push the biggest weight anymore in your competitions. I just paid $165 to enter the competition, one of the competitions I entered, and I looked to see the first prize, and it's $100. And I was like, wait, what? I can't get my money back on that. It's a master's competition. So I'm the best master in the world, but I'm also the best open bencher in the world and drug tested. So it's in a sense, it's like I shouldn't even be doing this competition. But I was looking at it like I'm about to make this little money all weekend. Then they announced the prize for the big meet on Saturday, which is like 100. It's like $1,520 and $250. But there's a little guy who's strong. Like he might outbench me, but I'm hurt. So it's like it's a weird situation. It's like I'm injured. Do I do the competition and just take a L? So if I compete Friday and I don't feel right, I'm just not gonna do the competition Saturday. I'm just gonna be like, y'all got it. Because I can take a loss, but I'm not really trying to take no loss if I'm hurt. Especially if my legacy's on the line in a sense. So it's like one of those things where sometimes it's better to not tough it out, because every year I go to the Arnold, I get hurt. Like I've done the Arnold, I've done the animal cage. You familiar with animal supplements?
What's that?
Huh?
What is that?
Animal supplements is like, it's like a huge supplement company. Okay. But they have this event where they have each athlete does their trademark lift, and everyone in the whole, it's thousands of people watching you. Like Arnold Schwarzenegger will come into the cage, and they'll record you. I've done 500 pounds for reps with my legs up in the air, 500 for 5 reps.
Now, for those who don't bench and don't know, when you elevate your legs, the lift is much more difficult.
Yeah, much harder.
Much harder.
But that I'm actually good at that lift. So it's like someone who might bench more than me can't do that particular lift, but I'm good at it. Then the next year, we did the craziest bench probably ever recorded. Me and this guy did 500 pounds back to back for 30 reps. He go, I go, he go, I go, he go, I go, he go, I go, with 30 seconds in between. It was so ridiculous. My body completely seized up. Like,
but it did.
And I lost. The guy who beat me he's more built for bench. He's also enhanced, But he probably could have went a couple of more. But I had a competition the next day. So I was technically trying to preserve myself, but I thought it was going to be no more than 10 reps. I was like, man, this dude, because typically 500 pounds, you do that for 5 reps, you probably spent.
Yeah.
But this dude,
how many total reps of that did you get in?
I did 30. He did 31. I did 30.
Wow.
And look, so I was supposed to be lifting in the largest competition we have. It's like a very prestigious competition. I woke up the next day, I couldn't move. My body went to complete shutdown.
Yeah.
And I was like, I called him like, I'm not gonna be able to make it. And they were like, Jason, you asked to be in this, because now that I'm not doing this event, it makes it harder for all the other competitors. So I wound up having to pull out that meet. And then the last time they had it, I won the competition. And then the judge, like someone in the audience, yelled out of like, start. And I started, but the judge didn't say start. So I did like a false start with 600 pounds and missed. So I wound up winning the competition, then called up another gym, was like, hey, can I come bench 600 pounds at your gym? It was like, yeah, come on through. So we leave there, go eat, go to another gym, and they had Animal was there. It wasn't at the big location, and I benched 600. I benched 600 pounds there because I had been working on benching that at that body weight, and I didn't want to make sure I did it before I left. But it was crazy. And then last year, I had probably one of the greatest years ever. I benched over 600 pounds like 150 times, and I benched over 620 pounds like 40 times. I benched broke the American record with a 622 pound bench, a master's record. Then I benched 662 2 times. That's 300 kg. I recorded it, but my Instagram has gotten shadow banned for some reason. So every time I post videos, I used to get 10 to 20,000 views on my posts. Out of nowhere, I just started getting 100, 200 views. And I got so frustrated. I was benching everything. I'm like, I'm going to show him. I'm going to show him. I'm going to show him. And it just made it worse. So like my page is just like it's just stuck. So that's why like I don't get as much traffic, or people say, hey man, why you stop posting? I'm like, I post every day. So it's like, and I don't post anything controversial, or I don't post
no, you don't.
Nothing nude or nothing informal. But I think I did, it was 2 things someone told me. I did a reposted app where they gave me tags to use. I did that. And like some of the people, if you follow certain types of content,
yeah,
that could also mess you up too. So I think that's what happened to my page, because out of nowhere, it was like I would get, like I've had 250,000 views on some of my videos. Out of nowhere, I just started getting 200, and it wouldn't go anywhere. And it was just like, damn, like trying to figure out what was going on. And you know, that's kind of why I stopped doing YouTube so much, and Instagram. It's like it just got frustrated with everything, because it's like you do all this good stuff and no one's watching it. So I when I benched 300 kg, I'm like, I'm not gonna waste this all-time lift on putting it on Instagram and no one's gonna watch it. So I've been actually working on trying to do a documentary around all the stuff that I've been doing. So at some point, you know, that'll get put out.
That'd be great to see. Anthony has a question for you. One quick question, Mike. Do you get to compete against only clean guys, meaning no drugs? I know the majority, if not all, of the monsters are so much tests. HGH is ridiculous.
All right, so this is how it works. I compete in a drug-tested federation. We're all supposed to be clean. Most of the people I compete with directly, I believe are clean. You know what I'm saying? But internationally, in the drug-tested federations, these other countries aren't being tested. Like our federation got kicked out of the IPF because we drug test too often. They also wanted us to use WADA to drug test, and WADA tests are like $1,000 a test. We have 22,000 members in our federation. These other countries, they don't get tested at all. But when they do test, they test with WADA. So it's like one of those things where they're saying, listen, our federation said, look, how about we take our pro athletes and we test them through WADA, whatever. But our lifters who aren't going to be going to IPF championships and world games and all this, we'll keep doing the in-house testing. They said no. Everyone must be tested under the same thing, which makes no sense, actually.
Mm-hmm.
So if you have if you're presenting a certain amount of athletes and you're saying, listen, only 1% of athletes ever lift in the IPF. IPF is like the global body of drug tested power. They were the closest to getting to the Olympics, right? And they kicked us out. So I didn't get a chance to go to the World Championships last year because my federation got kicked out. Now I could have switched countries. I could have lived for the Virgin Islands, but I didn't feel like going through all that. I had a great year. So to show you how good of a year I had, the guy who won the world title, he bench pressed 174 pounds. That was his third lift at the championships. I opened with 585 pounds at my nationals.
I got you.
I finished with 622 pounds. I could have done more. You know what I'm saying? I was so much better than everybody else in the world. I outbenched the world by 40 pounds as a master lifter. And I was smaller, like 30, 40 pounds smaller than the guys that were competing. But since our federation got kicked out, I didn't get a chance to win the championship. So that's the one thing that about last year that really hurt, was the fact that I didn't get a chance to win the IPF title. That's the only thing I haven't done in my powerlifting career that I kind of set out for. I've broken the open world record. I've broken the national record. I've won 4 straight masters titles. I've won an open bench title. I've won 2 I've done everything. I just haven't won the IPF World Championship yet.
So what do you think with your weight? What do you think? Why are you such a good lifter of large amounts of pounds? Why do you think that is? Is it genetics or what is it?
I think genetics help, but based on my actual structure, I'm built nothing like most big benchers. Most of these guys are 400. Like the guys who bench the type weight I bench, they're 400 pounds. They're 380 pounds.
Yeah.
They have huge chests.
Yeah.
Short arms. I'll have a 36 shirt. I wear a 36 shirt.
I wear like a 37, 38. And we used to talk about this when I played ball, that a lot of guys on the team that had shorter arms bench more.
Yeah.
But when it transferred onto the field, they had a problem.
It didn't. And actually, that's a big thing in general now. Like, because most benchers, they have big chests, short arms, so T-Rex type thing, right? Yep. I have extremely long arms. Mm-hmm. I did something when I was in college that I think helped me get to this. I used to do 225 pounds every day for 100 reps.
Ooh,
I used to do it. So
get it.
I did that for almost like, I probably did it for 15 years straight, where I did it almost damn near every day. That's how I start my workout every day. And I think it just built something up within me. But right now I'm dealing with tendonitis in my bicep.
Yeah.
And it's up here. The bicep runs into the shoulder.
Mm-hmm.
And it gets to the point where it's hard for me to lift. Like I posted a bench today of me lifting yesterday, and I struggled with 562. Now 562 is going to win the competition on Friday. 562 can't win what I need to do on Saturday.
Yeah.
Now, to show you the difference is the guy that I'm going against Saturday, he's small. He's probably 220, 230, maybe 240. But he's going to bench close to 600 pounds. He is a great lifter. But in order for me to beat him, I have to bench 670. No one my size in the history of the world has ever benched that much.
No.
So basically, it's impossible to beat him under the point system.
Mm-hmm.
So that's kind of like, I don't want to go and lose when I didn't have a chance. But now he may actually outbench me. So it'll probably be a big deal, because people aren't going to make a big deal about me winning, but they damn sure going to make a big deal about me losing.
True.
So if he outbenches me, that's going to be saying something. Now, if he outbenches what I did last year, he's the greatest. He would be the greatest bencher to ever walk the earth in my eyes if he benches what I benched last year, because he's small. Now they got 2 guys who are on the verge of 800. These dudes are, well, one dude is American, Julius Maddox. He's a beast. He benched 782, and he just missed 800 pounds. There's this Iranian dude who benched 805 last week, and it was easy. So people are saying it's fake. They don't believe it's real. Now, the thing is, I have conversation with the guy. Me and the guy are communicating on Instagram for over a year.
Yeah.
He introduced to his family. Like, showed me a picture of his mom waving and all this stuff. Like, I think it's legit. So people are actually mad at me that I'm not agreeing that it's fake. I'm like, listen, The man weighed the plates, each plate individual for me, to show me that the plates he's using is legit. I believe him. So people are mad at me because I'm not going along with the get along game. I'm like, listen.
Sometimes it's like that, right? Sometimes
yeah, but I'm like, see, I'm not like that. Like, if everybody going right, I'm probably gonna go left. But if the dude is like, listen, I'm looking at the weight, I'm looking at how big he is. Like, I'm small compared to this dude. This dude is like, I asked him, so I have a shirt company. I said, hey man, I said, send me your address so I can send you some shirts. I said, what size are you? He said 7X. I'm like, what? Then I thought about it.
Yeah, if he's 4 bills plus.
No, the other guy, that's Julius. He's here in America. This dude's Iran.
Okay.
If you see him, he's on my page. I post him on my page when it's like a couple of things down. His arms are probably 25 inches. The dude is he's 375 pounds, and he's solid. Solid dude, man. So I believe it's true, man. I'm like, look, I'm cool with Julius. I think he's a cool dude. But the thing is, this dude from Iran, this dude reposts my videos. He's under my comments telling me good job and all this stuff. I'm like, listen, I'm not gonna be hating on no dude who's showing me nothing but love. It's no knock against you, but I'm not gonna hate on him. You know what I'm saying? So,
is this the guy with the blue shirt on, red plates?
Yeah.
This dude is yeah.
Yeah. So I'm like, I tell people this: if you told somebody they bench 800 pounds, what they look like? They look like that.
They look just like this.
That's what you'll think. He looks like Zangief.
Yes.
Exactly. So people are mad that I think that is legit, and I'm like, listen, bro, I want what's best for the sport.
Well, what's crazy is how he brings the weight down and sits it on his chest.
Well, you have to pause it. That's part of the rule.
I just want everybody out there to know how difficult that is with heavyweight.
Yeah,
that's extremely difficult.
But if you look at him and look like people are, I think it's been so long because Julius has been the best. He's been like he broke the world record at 738 like 5 years ago. Nobody has been close to him. And this dude came out of nowhere like a year ago. And I remember when he was coming out, he was benching what I was benching. But next thing you know, he just kept going. And I was like, damn, who's this motherfucker? Who is he? But then I was looking, and I was like, I said, this dude is really strong. Then he, just looking at the weight, and Iran, they knock off everything. Nothing is legit there, right? Like, in terms of, like, if they got something, it's fake. You know what I'm saying? So people are like, those are fake plates. And I'm like, I think they're knockoff plates. I think the plates are real, though. You know what I'm saying? So I was looking at it from a standpoint of, listen, if you're skeptical of it, that's cool. But if he weighed the plates for me, he put a scale there on video and weighed it. He actually benched more than that because the plates were 0.5 over, 0.4 over. So you're talking each plate probably being 2 pounds or a pound, a half a pound to a pound more than what's stated. So instead of him benching 805, it's a possibility that was an 820-pound bench. So that's unbelievable, man. Like, I've missed a 700-pound bench by myself in my garage before. You know what I'm saying? And I thought I could do it. But I have my setup in my garage is kind of safe proof. I have like safeties. I have like a bunch
I can look at you and tell, yeah, you got a lot of safe things going on.
Yeah, so I'm stupid, but I'm not that stupid. Like, yeah. I get more hate from training by myself than I do for actually lifting the weight that I get. People are complaining like, he needs a spotter. Why does he not have a spot? He should have at least 3 spotters with that much weight. And I'm like, I don't even get credit for lifting the 600 pounds. Like, ain't gonna say I'm not missing. I'm getting.
What's interesting is that when I saw your setup, it made perfect sense to me. I didn't even question that.
People don't get it, man. They just, I mean, also a lot of powerlifting is about team. It's about who's your coach, like True. Who you coached by. I coach myself. Now, has that held me back some? Maybe, but I did it my way. I don't have to worry about Nobody taking credit for me. Now I coach other people, and I coach people only on bench press. I have one guy I coach his squat and deadlift, but I deadlift 800 and something pounds too, and I squat 760, which isn't that good. It's good, but it's not as good as my bench. So
just for the people out there, the average public, the pedestrian, these are great numbers. But I understand what J. Mike is talking about as far as his competition.
Yeah, because my homeboy, he squats 1,000.
Yeah,
Nick Ray Williams.
Yeah.
He squats 1,000. They got other guys who pull. My deadlift was good at one point, but I kind of lost confidence in it a little bit. But I think I can get that back over. I think I can get that to 900. I think if I focus like I did last year on bench, if I just focus on deadlift and just like concentrate on getting great at that again, that's something I was supposed to do this year, but it just kind of fell off. I had a bunch of little weird stuff happen to where I'm not really focused. But if I get focused, I think I got another big run at being one of the best in the world again at all the lifts, not just the bench press. But
so that was a question that we had here about some people. You do deadlift and you also squat. Just to make sure that everybody knows.
Yeah, I've been top 5 in the world in the 308 weight class. 2016, 17, I was top 5 in the world. 2017, but now the guys have got. I haven't squatted at all in 2 years, but now the world has gotten stronger. Like, so the numbers I was putting up then I'll probably be top 25 in the world now if I did right now. But 750, 760 is the biggest squat I've ever done in general. 750 I've done on the platform. 815 is my biggest deadlift ever. My biggest on platform is 771. So if you took my best lifts ever, my total is like close to 2,200 pounds. Or 1,000 kg.
That's a lot.
So I'm not that bad. I'm all right though. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying.
So just so everybody out there knows, back when I was a ball player, my best bench was right around 450, and my best squat, I was never great at squatting, was high 4s. I was never great at squatting, really.
That's probably one of the most honest recollections of strength I've ever heard.
I don't forget the numbers. Back when I was 20, 21 years old, I remember the days that we went to test. I remember exactly what I benched. And I benched almost 450 something with no bench press shirt on.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I didn't believe in that.
Yeah,
I'm from Chicago, right? So I thought I get down, I bench, and I get up. You had guys taking creatine for 3 weeks before they benched, getting shirts on. Some people ripping through the shirts. Some people tearing a pec. I just wanted to lift what I thought was a heavy weight, and I was pretty satisfied with that.
Yeah, 450 is actually pretty solid. I remember my dad's like I said, I'm little Mike. So my dad's a big man, 6'4", 350, big guy. My dad, I remember being a little kid and like, Dad, how much can you lift? Because I remember it was rumored that Hulk Hogan could bench 300 pounds.
Mm-hmm.
Just to give you, actually, I got Hogan's rookie card up there too, in the PSA 8. I don't know if that's considered as rookie on the corner.
Oh, that's a nice
the sticker.
Yeah, I see it.
Yeah, but I had so the Hogan, but anyway, my dad, he said 300 pounds. So 300 pounds was a big bench in my head growing up as a kid. So when I got to high school, I graduated high school benching 95 pounds. I had never worked out before. I was a baseball player, didn't play football, whatever. I get to college, and Grambling is separated they had a girl side, a boy side. The workout center was on the girl side. So they had the dungeon, which was underneath the women's dorm, and that's where all the iron was. So all the dudes just go lifting the iron. I was like, wait a minute. They got a whole gym with the girls, and y'all going to lift with a bunch of dudes? Peace. I was lifting with the girls. So they had like a bunch of machines, like cables. It was no free weights. So I was lifting there, but my body just started getting cut up. I just started getting muscles. So dudes would be like, man, why you don't lift with us? I'm like, bro, it's a bunch of dudes, or I could go lift with all these beautiful women in the gym. So I did that. And over the years, I just always never really jumped to the iron. But the first time I tried it, I was benching like 350. So I go home. I was like, Dad, how much you said you bench? Oh, 400. I'm like, dang, I almost got you. I said I did 350. It was like, all right, cool. So then I finally get the 400. I was like, Dad, how much you say you bench? Oh shit, 500. I'm like, dang, okay, cool. I finally benched.
He's adding on you, huh?
I benched 500 in competition. I finally did it. That's what actually got me into it. I don't know if you've seen the video I posted yesterday with the long time coming video in the background. I had a video with a song playing, long time coming, and I posted some of my little career highlights.
Oh yeah, I saw that. Yeah, I saw that.
Well, one of the videos was I hit a home run in my first college at bat. Hit game winner in the third game, and then the second game I hit another game winner hit. I had a great start to my career and I got hurt. But so basically only got like 17 at bats, but I had 9 hits. And so I finished with my batting average was 475.
Okay.
But I wound up getting hurt and I never played again, which is a whole nother story. But that happened. But I remember when I finally started powerlifting, I benched 500. My dad says, "You finally got me." But it took me 20 years of him just elevating the number every time I went to him.
Pushing it up on you. Yeah.
So now he just posts my stuff like my son. But I mean, for years he'll just keep changing the thing. And I'm like, the one good thing about me is that I say I've done a lot of stuff, and people, if you hear me, if someone was talking about me, I would think they were lying. I'm like, no one can do the stuff this dude say he can do. But the good thing about me is that there's something called YouTube. And you could Google. So anything I've ever said, you can go on my YouTube channel and you can find it. You know what I'm saying? So it's one of those kind of things. My dad doesn't have that. So when people like, oh man, I remember when your daddy was doing such, yeah. Ain't no video. All my stuff can be proven. So my son,
documented.
Yeah, everything's documented. I'm actually, that's the one thing that I will say is like, I might not get the credit that I'm supposed to get sometimes, or I go unnoticed. Or it's not that I go unnoticed. It's that when you're in a different, like if I trained at a gym, like there's a couple of gyms in my town where if I just train there, like every time I've trained at those gyms and I posted, I've gotten 10,000 views just because of the gym.
Yeah.
Then the people at that gym, they'll repost your stuff. They have hundreds of thousands of followers. So technically, business-wise, I should no longer train at my gym, at my house. I should go get a gym membership and I could eat off clout just going to another gym. But to me, it's like, I like training when I want to train. Like if I come downstairs in my drawers and I feel like benching, I can just go bench. I like that. But I know that going forward, like if I really want to take advantage, like if I do make another run, I'm probably going to get a membership at another gym, at one of these young gyms, and start lifting there. But like I said, I just make my clothes. My clothes do really well. The thing is that I found out about clothing and manufacturing is that big guys don't spend money, right? And I didn't realize it because I'm a fly dude. I wear Gucci, Prada, like I'm dressed real nice. Most big guys don't care.
No, they don't.
Put on a hoodie, and then you find out why people don't wear gray, right? I never knew this. So I was sponsored by a company, a big company. I wound up losing that sponsorship, or we separated. But I asked them one time, I was like, hey man, y'all should make other hoodies other than black or in red. Y'all should do blue and gray. He says, first and foremost, you make a gray hoodie or a gray shirt, women won't buy it. I'm like, what you mean? I was like, I would love a gray shirt. He says, women, when they sweat, you think they want you to see their sweat?
No, they don't want
on a gray shirt, it looks nasty.
Yeah.
So I was saying like, damn, I was like, you're right. Then I asked them about sizes. When they do sizes, the extra larges, the 2Xs, 3Xs are always going to be limited in size. And I was like, well, shit, when I started buying my clothes, I was buying 5 of each, 10 of each size. But the 2Xs, once you get to 2X, everything goes up $1. When you go to 3X, everything goes up $2.
True.
4X, so forth and so on. So that, like right now, a 6X shirt is going to cost $10 versus a small to extra large shirt might be $3.25. Well, it used to be, now it's $5. The price went up on that too. But so you start realizing shipping costs. If a big person buys, it costs more to ship. So all this stuff started changing. So I started looking at my numbers and I'm like, wait a minute, the people who buy my stuff are smalls and larges. They're not mediums, they're small or large. Now, with me being a big dude, a lot of big dudes follow me. So they buy stuff every once in a while. I have some diehard people. Like they buy everything I put out. Like if I have something called I have 2 big shirts. One of the shirts is a play off of Pornhub.
Okay, yeah.
It's
Bench Hub.
Bench Hub. And this is like my best seller, right? Then I have another one. Well, this is actually the wrong one. But this is a
Bench Only Fans.
Bench Only Fans.
All right.
And it was a good flip. So these were like 2 of the ones that I did, and they've actually done very well. So it's just like learning, just like I said with the car market and stuff. I had to do the same stuff with the clothing stuff. So that's kind of what I wanted to push more of my energy into. And I also bought my own equipment. I own everything. I own my own presses, I own machines. If it makes, because I didn't like somebody controlling me, telling me I couldn't do something, or they'll do it when they get ready. Like, don't worry about it, but I'll do it myself. So I just bought my own stuff, spent the little money, and just working on trying to break even.
What's cool about what you're saying is, for if anybody out there that sees this as trying to make plans to do something themselves, is the ambition to do it, and then the willingness to get it done.
Yeah, you got.
I don't care. We're talking about collecting, with your stories that you have told, your background. If we're talking about lifting, if we're talking about manufacturing shirts and supplies and getting them out, you have a willingness to get it done.
Yeah, you got to be real. And the one thing, Dame Dash, I don't know if you guys know who Dame Dash is, but the one thing
I know who Dame is.
He said you have to be willing to lose your money. He said you have to put up your own money. And when you put up your own money, you start to have a different appreciation.
Oh yeah,
what
you earned those dollars.
Earned every last. And look, I had some money, and I sold my Kobe's. I bought one of the cutter machines. I bought, it was like $3,000. I bought a printer that was $3,000. So I sold my Kobe's, and I love Kobe. I sold them to buy those machines so I could produce my own stuff. Like even the no hobbies, the only obsession stuff. Like I have hoodies, I have shirts with this stuff on it. And the funny thing is, I didn't make this with being a collector in mind. It had something to do with someone calling our sport a hobby. And I was like, no, it's a hobby to you. I risked my life. I got 600 pounds in my hand. I could die doing this. Actually, there's a video of a lady dying yesterday. She's in a gym with her daughter just goofing off. And some guy has 400 pounds on the bar and he's doing something. She gets underneath the bar, messing around with it, and she unracks it. And when she goes, like I guess she goes down, the weight smacks her in the face against basically, it doesn't take her head off, but she dies. She dies for 400 pounds. She was just messing around in the gym. So
yeah, people don't realize that compression on your chest, so if that thing hits your neck.
Well, it was on her back. So when she goes down, it just goes down, and I guess her chin hit the mat.
Yeah.
And she died right then and there. So that's not a hobby to me. Once you're doing stuff that your life could be on the line, I don't play the hobby stuff. And anybody know me, I go hard. Everything I do. So like I said, even with my collection stuff, like I have I sleeve every card.
That's right. Speak on it.
Every card, like I bought cases. I bought top loaders. I have 5,000 top loaders I just bought. I also use the one-touch sleeves on all of my cars now, because one of the things I noticed with a lot of my cars from my youth, like I said, like all the stuff I have, everything is in a sleeve and a touch, because I noticed the stuff was scratched up. And I'm like, all right, so the cars are one thing, but the penny sleeve literally costs a penny. I can protect these cars. If they're a rookie card, I put them in a sleeve and I put them in a top loader. So that's what I'm 30 cent invested into each card. Yep. Like, there's nothing wrong with that, but every once in a while you're gonna have that one player, that Mike Trout that I had from years ago, that's in good condition because I took care of it. I just much rather do that with all these, especially with the rookie cards. I'm not big into to inserts. I think that's stupid, but whatever. I'm not big into the inserts. I collect the rookie cards. That's kind of been my my whole little market, but I take care of stuff. I even gone a step further. So I built all of these cases. So these cases, see, I can show you. So So this case down here is my Jordan case. I have all my Jordan start. It has every Jordan starting lineup ever. It has the Jordan Upper Deck pops. I also have some of my Jordan graded cards down there with some of my cards from my childhood. But I built all this stuff by hand. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I saw this guy, and I'm gonna get to why I did this. This guy, his name is Baseball something. He has a crazy collection, Mickey Mantles, like he has all kind of stuff. But him and his father built this cabinet. It looks like a library cabinet, and they have all these cabinets for each one, and they have them for their graded cards, so they fit the graded card perfectly.
Okay.
And when they're in there, and I saw that, and I was like, the wood. Like, I'm not a great craftsman in terms of wood. I could drill some stuff together, and I'll figure out if it worked. Like, the stuff looks good. The stuff looks good.
It looks very good.
We
got a few people in the comments talk about your cases.
Yeah, but this is like me. This is like I did this, like I figured it out type thing. It's not like theirs is like it's insane. Like he said, it cost them $2,000. They would have to sell it for at least $6,000 or $7,000. The amount of work it took them months to make this one little thing, but it has, I think, 20 drawers in it, and each of it holds 88 slab cards. I made the same thing. I have them in my other room. I didn't make it mine. I have another case that's like this, or like the Jordan case, but underneath it I have those shelves, so I store my cards there. The reason why I did that is that I want to respect my cards. So I changed the mindset of putting them in cardboard. So once I put them in this wood and I put handles on them, I painted them, stained them, had to make sure they were cut precisely, all that, so that I would treat the cards better, but also make sure I bought better quality cards to put them in.
It's a showpiece, then. It's art, then.
Yeah, so that was the mindset I did. So even in this room, I'm actually gonna make, so each one of the drawers I make costs about, it's like $5 per drawer. So if you think about it, these cardboard boxes that we buy cost about $5 a piece. So for the same cost I can get for the cardboard, I can make some wood. I can even put felt in them. Like they look really nice. Like, I guess if you ever come on again, I can show you the other room. But I've been working on it. So I bought me a hand saw, or whatever, not jig, what they call it?
Circle saw? What you got?
Circular saw. Got my little ruler. I figured out what I like. I get the 6-inch wood. I got by the better wood at Home Depot. I found out that I pre-drilled the holes and split the wood, and the stuff looks nice, man. I got the finished handles on it and everything. So the other room with my starting lineups has that. So in this room, it's gonna have all drawers all around the room. So I'll probably take me a couple of months to finish it, but I just think that the fact that I put the cards in sleeves is just putting more attention into the cards, that is just going to help bring the better, like it changes the energy in what you're doing.
Yes, sir.
So that's why I do that.
Yeah, I like it. It looks very good. Very good. You know, people are ranting and raving in the comments, but people love the conversation that you have, how you talk about cards, your collection overall. And even your athletic ability. I mean, the things that you've done. When I saw you benching, and then I saw a clip of you dunking, and where you were up and what a rim was, and this guy's a heck of an athlete.
Yeah, I saw you put that. I was like, man, you could have got a better dunk, man.
Oh well, there will be more times, J. Mike.
Yeah.
But I remember in school, right? I could jump and grab the rim with one hand.
Yeah. And
just to see how you get up is, as a big man, I admire that.
Yeah, people trip out about it, but it's like, for me, it's like it's normal. But now I haven't been jumping so much because I was scared I was gonna get hurt. Yeah. And the one thing I'll tell people is, if you stop doing it, you lose it.
That's right.
That is fact. Like, I've been training and working on other things, but I stopped doing that. And then when I went back, like I checked my vertical, I was able to touch 10.8. So it's 10 feet 8, so it's 8 inches over the rim. I used to be able to touch 12 in my prime. I was able to touch 12 at 6'1", 240 pounds. I was able to touch 12 feet. But at 315 pounds, I had a 43-inch vertical. at 40, I might have been 38 when I did that, but I was 315 pounds. You know what I'm saying? So the fact that I could do all this stuff at this time is more or less the fact that I never stopped. Like the fact that people say I can't do something, I have to do it. Like I picked up table tennis. Like I became, when Dwight Howard got traded from the Rockets, I was playing with Daryl Morey. I was playing table tennis with Daryl Morey when that happened. So I picked up this stuff, and when I was doing skateboarding, and I was doing table tennis before I powerlift, and before powerlifting, I was doing table tennis leading into powerlifting, and before table tennis, I was doing skateboarding and BMX. So those are the things that I was doing with the same amount of effort that I'm doing powerlifting in. Now I wasn't as good, but I was at the skate park every day. I was at the riding my BMX bikes, and I wasn't good at those, but those were good for me because I needed not to be good at something. Like imagine
that's the thing that most people, sometimes it's good to try something that you're not good at and continue to try to get better at it. Most people explore that in the world of golf, but there are many things that you can do that you're not good at to push yourself.
I picked up golf 10 years ago. I started doing long drive. The reason why I stopped, I was able to drive the ball 400 yards. Like I put a picture of me video of me playing golf is in my video too. Club head speed, 140 mile an hour club head speed. Never played ever in my life. I figured it out, right? But I was breaking my fingers, like from swinging the golf club so hard. So I was like, I stopped doing that, you know. And then I was doing bowling for a minute, but I was getting too much tendonitis and I couldn't bench, so I had to stop doing that. But I was trying to get to a perfect game. I was able to get to 280, 283 or something like that. But this is like, that's been my whole thing. Like just finding something and trying to get great at it. You know what I'm saying? Picked up cooking. I'm a great cook, you know, so I started doing that a few years back. But it's just like always looking for something to get better at, you know, and that's kind of my thing. Like that's been my calling card, is that, oh, J Mike can't do what? Psh, tripping. I don't care how old I get. I'm still gonna be out there trying to get it. You know what I'm saying? And that's kind of my whole little thing. So even from like I was looking at my clothes like when I first started, that stuff was trash. But it was trash because I wanted to do it my way. Like I wanted everything. Like I don't care if this is what I want. But then when I had to start realizing, Jason, the people who are wearing these clothes aren't you. So you have to take them in consideration a little bit. True. So then that's what I started thinking about. I was like, all right, well, let me start doing that. And once I started doing that, I started selling. Like I had a lot of my stuff was bench legend mindset. And people wouldn't hear the mindset. They were just like, I ain't no bench legend. I ain't wearing that. I'm like, no. If you have the mindset of a bench legend, it'll change your the way you train.
Yeah.
And people weren't getting it. So I was like, damn, all right. So people don't like that. So now it's like, you know, bench hub. I was like, cool. I came out with the first shirt and people liked it. They liked it a lot. So then I did like sweaters. Then I was like, damn, I got to come up with another one. Then I was like, bench OnlyFans. Damn. I came out with that. People liked it. So it's like now, like the no hobbies, no only obsession. Someone was like, damn, dog, that's a hell of a bait. That's a hell of a card shirt. I'm like, I didn't make this for. Oh,
it applies, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I got these in a bunch of colors I'm about to start putting out. You know what I'm saying? But like I said, I want to start making content. You know what I'm saying? Like that's something I want to do, but it's just a matter of getting into it and really doing it. You know what I'm saying? Because I haven't committed to the card thing completely yet. Because I'm still trying to like, I kind of don't like the energy a little bit. It's a little too. Like the people who got, I don't want to go into the whole nother, but the people who got into the card thing felt like they weren't into collecting before all this stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And that kind of bothered me. Like I said, like it's not thinking I'm better than nobody, but I like to know why you're doing it. I want to know your why.
Yeah.
Like, did you do this? Like I've been in line with people. I remember when we first started waiting in line for the cards, and they had the Pokemon people and had the sport card people. Mm-hmm. And the Pokemon people would not mess with the cards. They would just get the Pokemon stuff. And then you start seeing the Pokemon people now, because they used to do a trade. They were like, hey, I'll buy the Pokemon and you buy the cards and we'll swap. Then it got to the point where the Pokemon people was like, no, I'm keeping it. I'm selling it. Then it got to the point where the the sport card people buying Pokemon. And you're like, damn, like, wait, do you know anything about Pokemon? Like, I didn't know anything about Pokemon. I probably bought 4,000 packs of Vivid Voltage, like an idiot. But I collected the set. So I got my binders. I got a whole bunch of binders up here. Cause I was like, I'm about to really start. I bought the high-end binders, the 4-row binders. I was like, I'm gonna start collecting all these sets. I want to get all the cards, and also I'm an artist. I draw. So I was like, I'm gonna start drawing some of this stuff. So I was to start doing all this stuff. Then I started realizing the Pokemon started reprinting all these cards. Now they're not worth nothing, and I'm like, I ain't got time for that, man. Y'all not what I thought y'all were. So y'all can have Pokemon. I'm gonna finish my Vivid Voltage and my Champions Path and my Hidden Fate sets, and after that I'm out. You know what I'm saying? Oh, I bought what's called yesterday the set that came out recently. I bought a ETB of that.
Okay.
And didn't pull nothing, but yeah.
J. Mike.
Yes, sir. So that's pretty much.
It's a pleasure, man. It's a pleasure talking to you. Yeah, that says Jose Canseco that kicked everything off. Remember when that car was on fire?
Man, it's a dope card, man.
Yeah, man. You couldn't get your hands on that as a young kid.
That's crazy. Now it's funny since it's in a tux.
Yeah.
Or this the old labels.
Yeah.
Hey man, I ain't gonna lie. I hope they go back down to $10 a slab.
Well, we'll see. You know, I think some prices will drop. I don't know if they ever get that low again, but they probably will get lower. At least so we can hope so.
I can't even think about paying $50 a grade no card. But I was actually the interview that the sport dad did with the guy from SGC. Yep. He actually said why he doesn't do the subgrades on a card.
Why doesn't
he? He said that they use 36 different ways to judge a card. He said they don't. He said if he couldn't give your card a grade by just doing corners, edges, and surface. He's like we use more than that. So he was saying that he wouldn't charge for subgrades. He was like, if I did do it, I wouldn't charge you for the information.
Mm.
So basically, it sounded like he says that each of the graders, they all have they've been doing it for 20 plus years. He said that they would quit if they had to do subgrades like that, based only on those measures. But the thing is that the notes on the card seems like it would be more important for me. Like what information? Like you're telling SGC or what's the SCS, whatever the comic book people that they are giving
PGC.
Yeah, you're wasting your money going to them unless you're trying to pre-qualify your card. Like if you're able to get the graded for $12 or something like that, and you get a 9 with them, you can send that to PSA and get a 10. Like their grades are so brutal. I'm seeing people complaining and bitching and all this stuff, but I'm like, they're doing something different that no other company is doing. I think if I bought a card from there, I would be buying that card to convert it. But
I'm learning on the comic book side is that when that company grades a comic book, they'll give you notes on why your comic graded a certain way. So then
how much does it cost to get a book graded?
I don't know that.
See, because I've been watching. I have a bunch of comic books too, but I grew up in the wrong era. Like I was buying books in 1990, 1991. Those books are worthless. And my books of choice was Punisher. I got into.
I used to love Punisher too.
I have a bunch of. I have like all the World War Zones and World Journal, and all that stuff. But I do have Bishop's first appearance with X-Men.
Okay.
I have it's called Bishop's Crossing, actually. Mm-hmm. That's 350, whatever the number is. But I have that. I have all the books in that little range. I have some stuff, but like I said, I got so much stuff. It's like I need to because I don't know if I have ADHD. I probably do. But I get into something and then I just go into a whole nother thing, like with the starting lineups. When I sold off a lot of cards, I thought that it was going to be something else pop off. And I went with the starting lineups and I was wrong. But I got some cool stuff. I didn't lose my money. I just got some other stuff. But hopefully this stuff kicks off. That's my hope for the next thing, is that the starting lineups, because they started to go up, like the
Oh
Allen
yeah, I
Iverson.
noticed that. Yeah,
Because I bought them. I was getting them for $20, $15. The next thing you know, they were $60. I even bought some of the Allen Iversons for $50. I bought the Tim Duncan for $30, $40. And then right now you can probably get them for like $25. But I was actually really in there heavy. I have over 400 starting lineups. They take up so much space.
yeah,
I think that's probably the main issue, because the other room is all starting lineups on the wall. But in here, I wanted to put the cards in here, but my girl, she not feeling it. She not feeling it. So I might have to consolidate all this stuff and get an office space or something,
Yeah. Chase said a lot of content creators are pump and dumpers. Be careful who you watch. For watching here, you got true collectors and sports buffs.
Who are you talking? Who is he speaking of?
I don't know.
No, but you know what's funny? The one actually, like, I like the Sport Investor Dad. What's his homeboy though?
Are you talking about Comeback Card Investor? Who are you talking about?
Yeah, Comeback Card Investor. So I followed him, and I actually enjoy his content. He actually reminds me of a friend I have who's
Brad has good content.
He's very, but the thing is, people are having issue with him having such a word, like he's doing speaking engagements on behalf of the community and stuff. And I found it funny watching his returns, because he literally put out the video that he shot in December. So he's already dumped all that stuff out on the market. But
yeah, I saw that video return.
Yep. I don't blame him. You know what I'm saying? But it's the way that he was going about collecting. Like, he was buying up like base LeBron from 2012, because it was Prism's first year and the first run or whatever. I would have never thought to do that, but he was selling those. I went back and checked. He was getting like $150, $200 a piece for those cards. So I believe he's made his money. But the thing I didn't like is that when the market crashed, he went away. And that to me made me feel like you were an opportunist once you did that. If anything, show people how you weather in the storm. There's another guy, his name is Speedy something. He did Pokemon stuff. This dude was, he had all his evolution stuff. He was all Pokemon out. He wore a suit, all this stuff. Man, that market crash, that dude started doing video game content. Like, he's like, well, look, man, look, it's just not making the money it used to. And it kind of makes you look like a fraud a little bit if you just run all the way with it. Like with me, I took my licks. I lost on Kobe. I came out, made a video. My bad. I ain't stopped. I got worse. You know what I'm saying? But it's one thing. I guess you can't chase bad money. But I think how you come off doing it. I think when you don't know the sport, like I was watching, it was somebody opening packs of cards. It might have been one of these guys. They're opening the packs of cards, and they're passing up rookie cards that are good cards, but they're like it might have been a Tom Chain. Matter of fact, it was Sport Card Investor. He was opening up the 86 Fleer, and he was passing up Joe Dumars rookie card. It was like whatever he was doing, it was cards that he was passing up that should have been put in the sleeve or whatever. But it's because they don't know the sport, or maybe they just don't care. Like, if it's just not a Jordan or whatever, they don't care. I look at that kind of stuff. Like, or even when you watch some of these guys with the base cards, they're not sleeving up. You know what I'm saying? Like, I watched Pac-Man. I love Pac-Man Break. Pac-Man Breaks.
Yeah, I like Pac-Man a lot.
He's my favorite. He's actually, if I was ever going to buy a break, I would buy from him. He's like one of the only people that I look at that do that stuff, that I feel like he's genuine. He don't grade his cards like talking about it. He collects his guys. Like, I like that. But it's like, even watching when he's breaking down cards now, certain people, like, he's putting Zion in the middle stack now. I'm like, man, that's crazy, man. You tripping. But I'm about to I'm coming for them Zions, man. That's for sure, though.
Oh boy, I tell you. But what I like about it is that we can have a real conversation. You talk about what you collect, I talk about what I collect. And that's what I even try to do in the content. Like, if I go to a show, I want to show people what I'm really buying. And that's what I really would have purchased if I wasn't recording anything. Yeah, Rollin FD is not any different than it was years ago.
Actually, some of you did. You were gonna buy the Peyton Manning. It was a Peyton Manning Collector's Choice PSA 10. You was like, I rarely see this card. It was a Peyton Manning rookie. It was in your last video.
Peyton Manning?
It was a Peyton Manning PSA 10. Collector's Choice. I have that card. That's why I saw. I was like, oh, you was like, look, he's like, I like this card. You rarely see this card, but
you don't see a lot of them.
But the way you go about your collecting is nuanced. You know what I'm saying? Now sometimes you buy stuff, and I'll be like, you buy stuff because you buy it. Like you can tell you're buying stuff that you like. Like it's not like, oh, the such and such. It's like, nah, I like this card. Like sometimes I think people like, is he coming back, or people sizing you up. You know what I'm saying? But I guess at this point in time, like people probably know you and know that you're coming, you mean business. But it's just like when I see people, I'm like trying to like, what's your angle? Like, is this going in your personal collection? Like if I thought someone was collecting something as a personal possession, I wouldn't charge them the same as somebody who's trying to flip. Because these people are like, yo, I left you some money for it so you can go flip it. And I'm like, that's kind of weird to me. You know what I'm saying? Like I like certain things like this. Manny Ramirez. I got a couple of these PSA 10s. Yeah. I like Manny. I like this card. I told you I like the
it's a clean stadium club. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So for me, it's like this type of stuff means something to me. I like the history of it, like where it happened. Like that to me is the conversations I want to have. I don't want to hear you talk about your Prism 2013 first run bullshit card. You know what I'm saying? Like I think if you're going after stuff or you're collecting stuff, like someone bought, I bought a bunch of Duncan McNabb. I have a bunch of his stuff PSA 10. Okay. I thought he was a Hall of Fame quarterback. Just like him and Tony Romo are very similar.
They are.
But Tony Romo's gonna get in the Hall of Fame.
Yes, he will.
He's not. And I kind of came to that realization because Tony Romo, his after football, he's the best commentator on football.
This stuff matters. People can act like it doesn't matter, but it does matter.
It does, and he's the best on TV. So that is going to make him that he's going to get in the Hall of Fame because of that. And people don't realize that, but that is what's going to happen. But McNabb, he had too much weird stuff happen to him off the court. But I'm like hurt because I got so much of his rookie cards. I probably have 20 PSA 10s of his card. I have autographs with him, everything. And not other people I did that with. I did it with him. And I don't remember why. Like I like him, but I didn't like him like that. But I have a bunch of his stuff, like a bunch of it. Like
I've got some real Donovan McNabb collectors over time.
Well, if someone from Europe bought his, I think it was his Tops. I had a Tops PSA 10. I sold it for like $200. Dude gave it to me. I was like, okay, you can take it. You know, I have a 9.5, you know, close enough.
That's right. That's right. So Dexo says here, FD, you heard the big sales recently on Sports Illustrated CGC graded in tickets. Now I heard about tickets, but I haven't heard about CGC Sports Illustrated graded. Let me know.
What's that? What that mean?
Oh, you know, you can get a magazine and they get CGC degraded, just like you can a comic.
I got a bunch of Jordan from the early 90s Sports Illustrateds. But they were never worth anything.
Connor says it's old news. I hadn't heard about. I had not heard about that.
I'll check out. But I just thought they weren't. I got them with all my other little magazines in the bin over there. I never really messed with them. But some of the Jordan ones, I always thought that buying Jordan stuff in general would
we'll just see return on it later, right? Or it's just something that I like to see from when I was young. Dexville also says here the people getting burned will be sheets following the Marvel trend. I hope they go there because wrestling cards are on the rise.
Yeah, that Hogan, man. I hope that Hogan make some money. I passed up on $350 for it. I got offered $350 during the little spike, and I was like, nah, it's gonna probably worth more. But then it started going down. I think they sell for like $200 now, you know. But if you're into that stuff, I think the rest of the stuff is weird because it's fake, you know. So it's like It's like a weird little thing. I would be interested in buying Ric Flair's rookie card. I like Ric Flair.
Yeah, like Ric Flair.
But I imagine that would be super expensive.
I would think so. I haven't done a lot of research.
But he's
I'll do
also
some research on it and let you know.
He signs a lot though.
He does sound a lot now. Sounds a lot now.
Yeah, so I kind of he signs like Pete Rose like.
Yeah. Well, Hogan is not too far behind. He signs all the time.
Damn. Actually, did you see the Jose Canseco? Jose Canseco pawned or sold a gun that had bullets in the clip. Mm-hmm. The person who bought the gun turned the bullets into a card. And Jose was signing the card. He was like, what? He said, and the guy was like, that's from the gun I bought from you. The clip, or however you bought it, they had bullets with the gun. And the dude turned it into a card. So it's like Jose Canseco and the bullet is inside the card.
Interesting.
And he turned it into, I think he did like 5 cards. It's pretty cool.
I gotta love what you collect here, saying wrestling cards are undervalued. The market hasn't been tapped for the wrestling fan base yet. All right.
They cost too much to go. Like, I think the people who are into wrestling actually enjoy the events and stuff. So they spend the money on the pay-per-views. They're paying money for, like, you're not paying pay-per-view for a sporting event. So if you're a wrestling fan, you're buying pay-per-views every couple of months. You're buying merch. They're selling a lot of merch. I think their money is just going into more of the actual participation of it instead of the card so much. It's more physical. You know, like, I don't know if that makes sense. It's like shirts and
I got what you're saying. More around the event itself.
Yeah, so that's why I think, and also I think people are spending money. But my whole thing is like, I didn't think people were going to have their cards on their phone. You know what I'm saying? Like, I bought some the digital packs from Panini, and was pissed off when I didn't get a pack of cards. I'm like, wait a minute, where are my packs? I didn't know I was getting no digital card. Then they open the card, it's like behind door 1.
Yeah
I was mad, but people are buying them. And if I would have opened the packs when I first bought them, I could have made big bucks. I didn't realize, like, I didn't open them up until a couple of weeks ago. And by then, I checked the prices. Some of the cards I sold, some of the cards I sold were selling for a couple of hundred a couple of months ago. Now I'm selling for $5. You know, so the market fell completely, man. So I don't know. People collect what they collect. Like, you know what I'm saying? I guess it's kind of this, but I don't want nothing on no phone. I don't want no NFT. I want it in my damn hand.
Yeah, see, that's what people like, because Chan says here, I love NBA Top Shot. Now, I've heard, now I haven't done a lot of research on this, but some Top Shot values have gone down. Chance, you let me know before we get off here where you see that market going.
Actually, I have a friend of mine is a friend of mine. He has a couple million involved in that situation. He's in a fund where they have a lot of Top Shot in it, and you kind of just have to run with it. He said they were making money at one point, and now it's falling, and he can't get his money out. At one point, he started with like $1 million invested in this little fund, and it went up to 8. It started with $1 million. It's up to 8 million, but it's going down now. And he's like, "Hey man, y'all gonna sell?" They like, "Nah, we're just gonna ride it out." And he like, "Man, no, y'all need to sell," but he can't do anything with his money. So it's like he just got to watch this stuff go down every day.
Yeah, Chance is saying I lost $1,000 in about a week.
I can't take them kind of losses, bro. I'd rather get some Zion bases.
It might be a slow term loss, huh?
Yeah, I can't do that one.
I wish Zion the best. I want him to succeed.
Yeah,
you see him on a court. It's great to see him play. So
yeah, there's nothing like it, man. So
Chance also says his account is up. Mike, it's been wonderful talking to you. From the time we first met each other, I knew that you would be a great person. Your perspective, how you think about the market, the industry, your experience in it, what cars you collect, is just always a great conversation. And the first time we talked, man, we were rolling for a while.
Yeah, I talk a lot, man. I'm sorry.
It's all good. It's all good. I love to hear. Chance says Zion bases for the win. I love to hear your thoughts on stuff, because we were in two parts of the country collecting them almost at the same time and doing similar stuff and then different stuff at the same time.
Yeah. It's amazing how that stuff worked, man. One of my first little hustles was I was doing collections for people. Like, hey, you give me 500, I'll get you $1,000 worth of cards. And I was able to get a bunch of corporate people back when I was like 12, 13 years old to give me money to go get them a collection. And then I would make a couple of dollars off of it. And when I think about it now, the cards that they got were absolute trash. But but that was over the years. And also one of the biggest issues was the protection of your cards. There's actually this other company, it's called Smooth Sleeves. This guy contacted me a while ago. It's a super premium sleeve. It's one of those where you don't have to cut the sleeve to put the card in. It has like a lip on the sleeve.
Okay.
And they're like it's like it might be like $5.99 or $6 for 100 sleeves or something like that. And I was trying to tell the guy, I was like, look, man, this is too expensive. Like, you know, he was like, nah, this ain't your type of sleeve then. He was like, this is for a collector who really wants to preserve his cards, blah, blah, blah. And he actually bought I had a Rocky Marciano rookie card.
Oh wow.
I sold it to him for $2,000, right? I thought for sure he was gonna send the card back. And he gets the card. It was like, hey, you know, because I was like, look, I didn't cut the card, you know, it's just 1952. So he gets the card, and then he's like, hey, I have a business proposition for you. I'm like, this sounds like a scam.
Mm-hmm.
He paid, because I'm looking at my card was nice. It was a nice card, but they were selling online for, you know, 150. And some people are selling them for different, because they were, I don't know if it was a cutout card. Some cards had perforation, some didn't, mine didn't, whatever. So he buys the card. He said, look, I got this company. I was like, oh, this must be so I start checking my accounts and stuff, make sure that, you know, I'm not getting scammed. And he was like, hey, I collect sport collectible. We're gonna start creating you know, materials. You know, I got these sleeves. And I'm like, oh, okay, you know, whatever. So I was like, well, at the time, I buy my sleeves by 10,000. Like I buy cases of, and people are like, why do you do this? But because I watch people not give certain cards a sleeve. I'm like, the sleeves less than a penny, bro. Every card gets.
Well, at least definitely in today's environment, because there's some late bloomers in sports.
Yeah. Well, I guess I most definitely even I sleeve up. My actual rule is I sleeve up all my Chrome cards, but if you're a rookie and you're second player, so your second year guys, I sleeve all those guys up. Now, the other ones, for the most part, I try to put together a set with the regular ones, and then maybe might be a few that's not sleeve. But even those now, I'm gonna start putting those in team bags.
Okay.
Because I just want to make sure everything's protected, you know, just in case, you know. But the guy had these cards, and he sent me like 3,000 sleeves. He sent me like a 10-pack and all this stuff. And the sleeves are amazing, man. Like when you put the card goes right in. The plastic is super clear. It's a super nice sleeve. But I used them up, and I hadn't really got around to getting back to them. But I'm probably hit them up again. But I've been using these Pro Safe sleeves, buying by 10,000. I be sleeving up all my cards, making sure they're right. But people just like, man, it takes a lot of time. I'm like, this stuff costs, you're paying $1 a card in some cases, like for some of this stuff.
I can't see not doing it. I just can't see not doing it. I'm
So
the same with comic books. Like you know, when we were kids, my brother would buy a comic book and want to read it 6 times. I would buy at least 2 of one and put one aside.
Yeah,
and then I got to put that into a sleeve with a backer board immediately.
Yeah, it's cost what, 25 cents? That's what it used to cost.
Yeah,
I think it was 15 cents for the bag and 15 for the cardboard back in 91.
It's not that much. Like I just can't take something and then not try to preserve it, because you just never know.
Yeah, you never know, man.
You never know. But J Mac, it's a pleasure having you on. We got to do this again. There's a bunch of people in the comments that are saying that we got to have you back on again.
Well, that's fine. Whenever you want me on, man, just hit me up, man.
All right. I also want to give a special shout out to, hold on. We gotta go way back. We got a lot of comments tonight. Dexpo, I appreciate you. He gave a $10 donation to the channel. I appreciate you. He says this is one of the best interviews I've listened to. This guy's great. There are a lot of comments here just talking about your stories. Someone just left something here. FD, you need to cut this interview up into bits for people to see. This guy has great stories for days. People enjoying you, man.
Okay, that's cool, man. I appreciate it. But look, I'll go to No Hobbies.
Tell them about you.
No Hobbies, Only Obsessions on YouTube. That's my YouTube channel. I will start posting some of my cards and stuff. Start doing some content. And then my Instagram is Mr. Athletic over everything over there. Some cool stuff. If you like watching, people lift heavy weights and do some other cool stuff, that's where you go to check that out. Also, my website is, I have two websites, but my athletic line is athleticovereverything.com. I have shirts, hoodies, hats, all kind of stuff on there. I use high quality products. All my stuff is top of the line in terms of streetwear quality stuff. Some cool little concepts and stuff. So if you guys are over there, if you mention that you saw me on this, I'll throw in something nice into your order. For sure.
Thank you, sir.
All right.
I'm gonna get some of your stuff and start rocking it.
Oh, let me know, man. I'll hook you up, man.
I appreciate it. It's a pleasure. At some point, I'm gonna get down to Houston and kick it with you a little bit.
Oh, most definitely, man. Look forward to it.
Oh yeah, but I'll be in contact soon. We'll schedule something to have you back on. We'll rock again a little bit, tell more stories, get into your other room.
Yeah.
Last time.
Yeah.
Sir, I really appreciate you. You don't know how much.
No problem, man. Thanks. I appreciate you, man.
Thank you, brother.
All right. Later.
All right. Bye-bye.